Turn it off. Ja. But look at it.
Mic check. Mic check.
Good morning. 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 Woohoo. Welcome everybody this morning. We are officially halfway through Mac Live. Woo! We are starting day 2 off today with session 8. Oh, no, session 5. We've got 8 people talking. And yeah, I think just before we get into the speakers, just some house rules to go through. Please turn off phones, at least put them on silent. We don't want anyone getting distracted. Please stay here for the whole session. It should end around 10:30. So it's about an hour and a half. And if you do really need to leave, just leave when I'm talking. You don't need to listen to that. But yeah, so if there's anything else. No, I think that's it. But yeah, we've got a really exciting lineup today. I think the speeches this morning are really going to kick off day 2 with a bang. Just important topics, interesting perspectives, and amazing people saying them. So yeah, without further ado, we have Emma coming up. Woo! I didn't even need to give an intro. But basically, Emma said this thing in her bio where she said she likes animals more than people. And I had a good little chuckle at that because this is the friendliest and kindest person I have met in a really long time. She just exudes the most empathy and loving heart. So I'm so excited to hear what she has to say in her speech. And let's kick it off. Welcome, Emma.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Erin, for that introduction. So, I've come to believe that who we are as people is determined by an accumulation of many things. Our past lived experiences, the homes we've grown up in, the way we were loved or not loved, the moments we've celebrated, the hardships we've overcome, and the attitude that we decide to step into each new day with. I've learned that no matter what age we reach, most of us still don't fully know who we are internally. We're all navigating this phenomenon that we call life, trying to understand our place, our identity, and our own personal story. So this is me. I'm on holiday, sunburnt, carefree, and barefoot. High school is ahead of me. New friendships are forming, and a whole future is opening up right in front of my eyes. But if you look closely, you'll see something my mom noticed before I ever did. My ribs were extremely uneven and sunken on my left side. What looks like an ordinary childhood moment was actually the beginning of one of the biggest turning points in my life. And this turning point made me realize something important. Every person in this room, or individuals that we pass by every single day, are carrying an invisible balloon. Inside it are the experiences that have shaped you, the moments that rewired you, the memories that softened or hardened you. I like to imagine that these balloons aren't clear and they're colored by what we've gone through. Some might be a deep blue, heavy with sadness or loss. Some might be red, filled with anger or pain. And some might be yellow, holding moments of hope, joy, and warmth. I'd like you to picture what color balloon is resting over your heads today. No matter what color they are, no matter what they carry, every single one matters. Every experience shapes the weight of what we carry, and every balloon tells a story that we cannot see, but should learn to respect. From the outside, these balloons are completely invisible, but from the inside, they are heavy, and if we could see what others were carrying, would we treat each other differently? A year after this photo was taken, along with countless appointments with surgeons, I was diagnosed with pectus excavatum. This is a condition where the sternum grows inward. At 13, I underwent the NIS procedure, where a metal bar was inserted behind my ribs to push my chest wall outward, and this is where it would stay for 3 years of my life. Before I underwent the surgery, I did not appreciate the movement of my body until it was taken away from me. I spent many, many days in ICU with an epidural in my spine to help with pain, as well as attached to a constant oxygen source where I had to learn how to walk and sit up by myself again. My body was in fight or flight mode, even growing a thin layer of hair everywhere, better known as lanugo, which is a condition that many people who suffer from anorexia develop. The frustrations of not being able to do what I could do before the surgery consumed my mind. I could not perform simple tasks by myself anymore. The emotional toll of this procedure not only affected me, but my family, and I owe it to them for getting me through the toughest of days. My mom, dad, and brother were my constant pillars of support. They gave up their time to look after me, and for that, I will always be grateful. According to Erik Erikson's stages of psychosocial development, 13 is the exact age where a sense of self and a stable identity begins forming. Who am I? Do I belong? Am I enough? My body no longer felt like mine. My self-esteem dropped dramatically, and I became hyper-aware of everything. I was constantly thinking about how I looked, moved, and how other people saw me. Without realizing it, my invisible balloon became heavy, filled with insecurity, confusion, and the silence of not knowing what lay ahead. The psychology surrounding all of this sits behind the attachment theory, Erik Erikson's stages of psychosocial development, trauma studies, and neuroscience. John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth's attachment theory explains how early experiences shape how we relate to others forever. It is about feeling secure with your own independence, craving a closeness, but fearing abandonment, and where a person keeps emotional distance from others in order to protect themselves. Erikson's stages explained why a crisis like my surgery at age 13 completely shattered my sense of identity, as it not only changed the way I felt about my body, it changed the way it looked. Bessel van der Kolk's theory on trauma studies revealed how the body stores painful memories long after the mind tries to move on. The tension is stored in our breathing, posture, and nervous system. This aligns closely with me as my body still remembers what my mind has tried to move on from all these years later. Neuroscience explained how empathy is wired into us through mirror neurons, but often gets overtaken by judgment and assumptions. Understanding this all really changed the way I saw myself, and more importantly, the way I saw others. Because, well, the truth is, most people react from chapters that you will never see. Someone's anger might be rooted in a childhood of instability. Someone's distance might come from feeling unsafe growing up. And someone's sensitivity might be a result of a moment that broke them long before you ever met them. So here's the thing. Behavior is not random. Behavior is communication. Behavior is protection. When we start to understand this, judgment starts to disappear. I think we can all agree that we live in a world that is quick to label and box people. You hear people saying, she's dramatic, he's overreacting, or they're being difficult. But when you zoom out, you realize something powerful. People's behavior is really about who they are. It's about what happened to them. Your colleague who shuts down in conflict might have grown up in a home where raising their voice wasn't safe. Your friend that pushes people away may have learned early on that closeness leads to loss. And a stranger's reaction might come from a moment in childhood that they barely remember. Every person carries a balloon, and almost no one realizes what is being carried within it. Understanding this changed the way I looked at people and softened how I interpret reactions. It helped me understand myself with more compassion, and it reshaped what I believe it truly means to know someone. When I look back at my 12-year-old self, smiling on the beach, blissfully unaware of what was coming, I'm reminded just how much sits beneath the surface for so many people. Most of us move through this world only showing a fraction of who we are, but who we truly are is shaped by the experiences that we carry quietly. So, the next time someone reacts in a way that you don't understand, pause. Look a little closer. Consider the balloon that they might be holding. The world becomes a much softer place when we remember that everyone we meet, including ourselves, is carrying something heavy. I often find myself thinking about airports, a place where thousands and thousands of people pass by each day, each heading somewhere different, each carrying a story that you will never fully know. It is a place where every emotion is present. You see travelers rushing to gates, hugging loved ones goodbye, sitting alone, or reuniting with family and friends that they have not seen for a while. I always catch myself thinking about their lived stories when I pass them by. Every single person in that space has lived an entire life before this moment. They have experienced love, loss, joy, fear, comfort, and chaos. Just like me, just like you, they are carrying invisible balloons filled with past hardships that have molded them into the person that they are today. When I think, and maybe that's what we should take with us when we leave this room today, not the details of my story necessarily, but the awareness that every person we meet is fighting a battle that we cannot see. If we move through this world with that in mind, a little slower, a little softer, and a whole lot more kinder, we wouldn't just change the way we see each other, we would change the way the world feels to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Em. I think that was brilliant. Just genuinely, I think we always need a bit of reminder to just kind of remember what other people are going through. Yeah, so well done. Congrats. Next, we have Tom. He is one of the few soldiers who are always left in the classroom after everyone else rushes out at 12 p.m. And I didn't realize he was such an old soul. I mean, going through record stores and thrift shops and all of these things. And I think he's got a really beautiful perspective on a really important topic. So I'm very excited to hear what he has to say. Let's give Tom a round of applause.
Thank you, Erin, for that.
A very good morning to my peers, lecturers, family, and other special guests. I'd like to begin by reading a poem to you, and I encourage you to follow along with me. Not waving, but drowning. Nobody heard him, the dead man, but still he lay moaning. I was much further out than you thought, and not waving, but drowning. Poor chap, he always loved larking, and now he's dead. It must have been too cold for him, his heart gave way, they said. Oh, no, 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 it was too cold always. Still the dead one lay moaning. I was much too far out of my life, and not waving, but drowning. Not Waving but Drowning, a poem published by Stevie Smith in 1957, has held long-standing significance and meaning in my life, throughout my own personal battles, as well as serving as a reminder to the ways in which other people are encountering the world. Smith says a poem is about the brave pretense people often put up, particularly when encountering mental health challenges, but sometimes it breaks down, and like the man in the poem, they are then lost. The poem has been adapted countless times to various pieces of literature, film, and music. British musician Loyal Carner named his 2019 album after the poem itself. Track 10, an interlude, which Smith recounts her own explanation and detail for writing of the poem. This, for me, was my first discovery of the work. For Carner, the context is different, however. People think he may have an ego because of his success, but he is still unsure as to whether his next song will be liked or if he's going to be able to pay his mom's rent. Men like Connor are taught to suppress their emotion, not making weakness visible to society. And they are taught that vulnerability is something that is associated with femininity. Male alexithymia is a subclinical condition in which this particular phenomenon has been named. The American Psychological Association defines it as a subclinical form of alexithymia found in boys and men reared to conform to traditional masculine norms that emphasize toughness, teamwork, stoicism, and competition, that discourage the expression of vulnerable emotions. When men experience this, they are surviving, not living, and they are not experiencing the full emotional range that they should be, making life dull and boring. The masculine norms that we are talking about here are physical strength, emotional toughness, self-reliance, dominance, and the expectation of being a breadwinner. Additionally, the dismissal of anything considered feminine. This meaning vulnerability and sensitivity is then discouraged. Societal expectations developed stop men from opening up emotionally and finding support. While sports and work can help men connect, they also reinforce expectancy, particularly concerning the change of times, like through retirement and injury. While it is not every male that may feel the force of society's will, there are many who feel the overwhelming nature of it. It has been filled by the misunderstanding of many. It is important to remember that we do not all share the same linear view of the world, nor should the treatment of each other be validated by the false notion that our experiences are the same. Our frame of reference and personal lens shape our perception, and the way we experience things, but we each pull away different values from things like this. I would like you to consider this in the context of the world and as a marketplace. Now, think about Barnes Market on a Saturday. Hundreds of stores, each with their offering of different products, services, and ideas. Each person that wanders and makes their way through the market then has their own perspective of it, built by their experiences, beliefs, values, and personality traits. Each person's lens grants them their own method of interpreting situations, responding to challenges, and the way in which they interact with others. What breeds this environment where the expression of vulnerability amongst men is discouraged is social norms. From a young age, men are conditioned and socialized by phrases such as man up, and boys don't cry. There's a clear fear of judgment if they veer away from these gender roles, being seen as soft or weak. A cycle of emotion that is not being relieved becomes perpetuated, and zero meaningful intervention allows it to continue to thrive. Now online, traditionally masculine heroes are being celebrated, appearing as physically strong, but not opening up to society and maintaining their emotion to the public. Now I'm going to play for you a video. Oh. Okay, I'm not. But however, I will explain now. Perhaps there's a person who's been a part of your life, and the idea of not waving but drowning stands out next to them. Or maybe the poem is rather a case of reminding you about the struggles that people endure, whether you're aware of them or not. For me, Robin Williams was the perfect example of this poem. Robin was someone who was open with everyone, offered a different perspective, and impacted people's lives with his humor and energy. This, for me, was the waving. However, Robin suffered depression, alcoholism, and later in his life, Lewy body disease. This was the drowning. Like the man in the poem, Williams' struggles went unnoticed. His pain was not evident to the world that loved and knew him as the man that was always optimistic. The poem tries to capture how we often misinterpret the signals of others, and the world was largely unbeknown to Williams' battle until after his death. So what about me? I too have suffered many challenges in my life and have gone through severe trauma over the past year of my life. I recall the week leading up to the second brand challenge, in which I encountered a series of several breakdowns. And for me, it was hard to even function at this point. Although I know the outlook of red and yellow and our lecturers on a matter like this, the fear was still built inside of me over the possibility of missing a week of this pivotal time, despite not having the capacity to concentrate, and it took the convincing of my mother to even take a step back. I'm a firm believer that apprehension like that should not even be ingrained in society, as mental struggles should be on par with physical. Not waving but drowning is symbolic, as its interpretation can be entirely circumstantial, much like the differences in thinking between Smith and Connor. Additionally, it is true that our unique nature of the lives that we experience, none are the same of the same kind. Therefore, I prescribe this poem to you in turn for the understanding that the treatment of people should be individualized. And it is through this that we will hopefully be able to visualize the difference in people who only be waving, never drowning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. I mean, even just being able to come up here and speak about your own experiences and that type of stuff, I think it also relates really closely to what Emma's just spoken about. And you never know what people are going through. So thank you for sharing that. Can we get another round of applause? Let's go. Woo! Okay, coming up next, we have someone who I personally think is the ultimate cool girl. She just exudes this authenticity and badassery coming out of nowhere. And I'm so excited to hear where it comes from. So let's give it up for Frankie.
Just be yourself is the most common and yet impossible advice we are told from childhood. And in trying to follow it, we craft a sort of personal brand, which shapes our identity, social media presence, behavior, and experiences. But the moment we try to be authentic, when we try to define who we are and hold on to it, performance takes over and authenticity slips away. Today, I'm going to be showing you why authenticity is not a choice, but a mistake. And in doing so, I'll be discussing 3 main points. Why we are always performing, why performing always fails, and forging a way forward. So, why is our default setting performance? The sociologist Irving Goffman gave us the answer with his theory of dramaturgy. He argued that the self is divided up into 2 spaces, like a theater stage. There's the front stage self and the backstage self. Our front stage self is the public, curated version of ourselves that we perform for others. This is the self that we present at work, during an interview, on a first date, basically any time you really care about the impression you're leaving. The backstage self is the relaxed, unfiltered version of you that emerges when you aren't thinking about yourself at all. This is the self that we present when we're alone or around people we're super comfortable with. It's the self that brings peace and authenticity. Goffman's point is simple. Life is like a play, and we are constantly performing roles in order to shape how others see us. Authenticity, then, according to this theory, is simply a breach, a mistake, a moment when the real, messy, unfiltered backstage self suddenly bursts onto the polished front stage, showcasing how authenticity is accidental. The urge to perform isn't new. But social media has made the front stage relentless. We are always on display and encouraged to focus on curation over real experience. Constantly promoting a designed self keeps us stuck in self-monitoring mode, and this makes authenticity impossible. Fortunately, the human mind and body are not built for sustained inauthenticity. And for a couple of different reasons, the performance always fails. Firstly, the brain has a capacity limit. You can't be self-aware and instinctive at the same time. The mind will simply run out of processing power. There's a part of the brain called the default mode network, or the DMN. And this system's job is to constantly be asking, how am I doing? In other words, it's a non-stop self-monitoring loop. However, the moment we get completely absorbed into a task or experience and enter flow state, the DMN crashes, the self-monitoring stops, and this is when your natural reaction slips out without permission, meaning authenticity is simply a processing error. Secondly, the body has its own language, which often overrides our conscious choices. The best of this is the Duchenne smile. A fake, social smile that you can consciously make will use only the muscles in your mouth. But a genuine smile of joy, a Duchenne smile, automatically crinkles the muscles around your eyes as well. These muscles are involuntary, so you can't choose to activate them. The takeaway is profound. Your greatest expression of happiness is an involuntary muscular accident that you can't design. This is the body's proof that authenticity is accidental. The last reason why performing always fails is the fact that the mask never fully fits. A design self is made, not lived, and authenticity has a flow that conscious effort can't reproduce. No matter how carefully we perfectly assemble this perfect version of ourselves, it will never feel completely natural to either us or the people around us. Authenticity has to be an accident. So, if authenticity is accidental, does this mean we stop trying to improve? The philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre argued that one of the biggest mistakes we make is pretending like who we are is fixed. We say things like, I'm just an impatient person, as if it's written into our nature. Sartre calls this bad faith because it lets us avoid the difficult truth. Our behavior is chosen, not destined. You are not an impatient person. You are a person who chooses to act with impatience. So how do we reconcile the accidental, authentic self with the chosen self that wants to do better? We become better by simply watching the truth of ourselves as it emerges in the wild, noticing when our actions fall short of our values and making a conscious effort to correct them. This process begins with quiet observation, not self-construction. I can be an impatient person, but I don't brand it as part of my permanent identity and use it as an excuse to act impatiently in every situation. Instead, I see it as a pattern I've witnessed in passing, and in seeing it clearly, I gain a moment that allows for a choice, a breath instead of a reaction. I'm not trying to be someone else. I'm learning to move with the shape of who I already am. So, what does this all mean for us? We spend our lives polishing the front stage, terrified of making a mistake. But as we've seen, the mistake is the only real thing about us. So stop trying to define who you are and then be yourself or anyone else, and instead just be. Embrace the unpolished, because your most authentic self isn't the role you rehearse. It's what happens when you finally forget your lines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prags. That was brilliant. Such an awesome topic, and I think something I haven't heard before. So thank you for that. Next, we have someone who just has smiles and kindness that follows her. And she's talking today about her own experiences and the lessons she's learned. So I'm very excited to hear what she has to say. Anyways, can we all give a round of applause for Amy?
Can you hear me? Okay. Thanks, Air, for that introduction. Guys, quite a deep talk, just to prepare you. Okay. Hold on one sec. It's weird how the scariest question for me when I first meet people is how many siblings do you have? I don't know how to answer it. I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to say that I have 2 sisters, but one of them tragically died. When people do ask, I wonder, think for a second how I'll respond. I think about the person's energy and decide. People shift, their aura changes. I can feel their awkwardness. There's been countless moments where people look at me like I'm some type of alien, like I've said something wrong, like I need to say something to protect them rather than protecting myself. This has caused me to sometimes avoid the explanation completely, and sometimes I'll just say, I have one. However, this feels like a betrayal, because just because my sister died, does that mean she's no longer my sister? Even though she's no longer here, she lives within me, and that is something our society does not know what to do with. We've sanitized death. We live as if death is an exception, not an inevitability. And when it happens, the people behind it are left to carry it all alone. But grief does not vanish when we ignore it. It lingers in every moment, shapes how we see the world, and in my case, shapes who we actually become. We avoid it as a society because we do not like things that are broken. It's in our fundamental core to fix things, but grief cannot be fixed. Some research shows that modern society often treats death and grief as if they are separate from everyday life, hidden away rather than openly acknowledged. For instance, a recent meta-analysis found that the lack of social support is one of the biggest risk factors for prolonged grief. Other studies show that when people feel uncomfortable or reluctant to talk about their loss, because it makes others uncomfortable, their grief becomes more isolating. So the consequence is that we end up performing normalcy just to protect others from the awkwardness of grief. I have 2 sisters, Carrie and Kelly. Kelly, who's 5 years older than me, was always the one I looked up to. Hung on to her mannerisms, and she's probably the biggest influence on who I am today. I annoyed her terribly as a child, but as we got older, our bond and connection solidified into something truly unbreakable. Carrie, who's 8 years older than me, on the other hand, was obsessed with me as a baby. I was like her doll, but as the years went on, our relationship became more and more distant. Carrie was different, special, I would call it. My parents said that the day she came into this world, their lives were made, but they sensed trouble. There was something about her energy, wild, untamed, relentless. It was like she was uncomfortable being confined to one place for too long. A beautiful soul, endlessly empathetic, passionate in ways that sometimes frightened people with how deeply she could feel. She was a beautiful mix of chaos and kindness. Too sensitive for a world that often isn't very kind to people like that. At the time, we were so different. She loved being outdoors, in nature, doing adventurous things, while I, at the time, loved going out, being with my friends, being social, and I was very uninterested in my troubled older sister. Carrie was an addict, and back then, I didn't understand addiction at all. I saw it as her choice, as something she could have just stopped. I saw it as her fault. I was angry at her, angry for how much pain angry at how much space her pain took up, angry that my parents' lives revolved around trying to save her. I made it about how it affected me instead of how it was destroying her. I used to think addiction was a lack of discipline, a lack of control, but now I know it's a disease. It's messy, it's complicated, and it's cruel. And it's not something you can fix with willpower or love alone. My parents tried everything. They loved her harder than I've ever seen anyone love, and still it wasn't enough. Unfortunately, in 2021, we lost Carrie to an accidental overdose, and I'll get into how that affected me. On a random Saturday morning, I got a call from Kelly. My phone is never on loud, and for some reason that morning it was. I answered with a bad feeling, and you can only imagine what she was saying. My boyfriend at the time had to drive me back from Stellenbosch while I proceeded to look out the window for 45 minutes, vomiting into a t-shirt in pure and utter shock, while seeing the deep stress and fear in his eyes for what was about to unfold. The silence in the car was loud and uncomfortable. It was the beginning of people not knowing what to say to me after something like this had happened. I walked into a room full of tears, screams, and distress, which would carry on for the next few months. From this day on, I struggled with severe depression, anxiety, and paranoia. I constantly feared that something bad was about to happen, that loss was just around the corner. I would hear the phone ring, people screaming for months and months after. My process was lonely and scary. During this stage, I was in my first year. I'm meant to be figuring out who I was, discovering myself, but everything felt like an effort. I remember about a month passing until my friends started to move on with their lives, which they had every right to do, going out, exploring the world, figuring out who they were, and just having fun. But for me, going out drained me. Being around people who I know loved me but couldn't understand my pain made me angry and made me feel more alone. My guilt was also overpowering. I couldn't forgive myself for how horrible I was to my sister and how I couldn't even pinpoint just a few memories with her. When people first think of grief, they think of the 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. This is a program that we should fit into, and somehow our grief over time just fades away. However, this is truly not the case. Grief is not a checklist you move through. It's not clear, structured, or predictable. It's not something that ends in acceptance like a movie with a tidy resolution. For me, it's a way of life. It's something that blends into who you are. It looks different for everyone. During the first few months after my sister's death, denial was not a part of my journey, but depression was my first step. I knew exactly what had happened and felt the weight of it straight away. While I felt this, Kelly felt denial and did everything she could to avoid what had happened. But years later, when the weight shifted off me, she was sinking into it. And that's when I realized there's no clear way to get through this process. For my parents, it's different. I'm sure they go through all the stages just in one day. One moment they're angry, the next they're quiet, then they're nostalgic, and then shattered all over again. But they still manage to be the best parents to Kelly and I, and for that, I view them as the strongest people I will ever know. Finally, acceptance. It's about accepting that I'll never be the same person I was before she died. It's about learning to live in a world where she isn't and letting that change me. If anything, that's real acceptance. Not of death, but of the version of yourself that grief leaves behind. After immense struggle, I needed to look forward. So what did my recovery look like? Through self-reflection and much needed therapy, I learned to deal with my loss a little bit better. I learned that it's something I'll carry forever. I learned that bad things shape you into who you are meant to be. I used to think that bad things destroy you, but now I think they reveal you. They strip you down to your most human parts, and you are left to build yourself from the ground up. Last year, I built up the courage to leave my family for a short while and solo backpacked around Asia for 2 months, something I never thought my anxiety would let me do. I explored and did all the things I know my sister would have loved, and I felt her in every moment. The things that I once found boring became our way of connecting. I remember coming back and everyone telling me I had this new light around me, and I never looked so similar to my sister. Carrie was glowing from within me. I now find joy in the things she used to love, which brings me some type of peace. Grief has changed me in ways I never expected. It's made me kinder, more compassionate, more empathetic. But it didn't happen all at once. It took years of breaking down, learning how to exist again. I'm not the same. I will never be. I'm loud, energetic, and a bit overpowering. But, but deep down, I still let fear and anxiety impact my every move. This journey did not break me. It just built me differently. It gave me strength, resilience, and a deeper love and appreciation for those around me than I ever had before. What I want you to take out of this talk is to start approaching grief differently. If you know someone who has lost someone, don't be afraid to ask them how they are doing if you can sense they are comfortable, even if it's years later. Say their loved one's name and keep them alive in conversation. I know how much I'd appreciate this because it really doesn't happen a lot. People stopped asking how I was as time passed, but still, 4 years later, it's still my first thought every morning. My family and I always say how we felt like Carrie's forgotten because people never talk about her. They never ask and view us as if we've moved on from it. So remember, when you lose someone, everything goes dark, and all it can take is for someone to remember to shine some light. Hold the people who've lost someone a little bit tighter. Understand they're not the same person that they were before. Grief changes people. It softens them, reshapes them. What they need isn't fixing, it's presence. So the answer to the all-riding question of how many siblings do I have 2. Oh, my video didn't play. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy. I mean, just the courage it takes to stand up here, and I mean, the importance of telling Carrie's story and your story too. No, I think we can all agree we're in awe of the strength that you've just displayed. And you know what it is? It's opening up that conversation and being able to talk about it and not being afraid to talk about the loved ones we've lost. So thank you for shining a light on that, because I think it is an important thing for people to remember. And yeah, you guys can just be so proud of your girl, because that was brilliant. Well done. Another round of applause. Yeah, so just taking on to the next one, we've got Delight. And the thing about Delight, I remember the first day I met her, and she just walked to the upstairs place, and she just had this energy of being such a go-getter and drive. And I remember just sitting there on the first day and going, oh my word, where has she come from? Like, and you know, throughout the year, I think getting to know her more and more, yeah, I can just, sorry about that. I'm excited to hear her story and what she has to say, because she is just someone who displays so much warmth and energy and excitement. And yeah, so please, can we give a round of applause to Delight?
I feel like we all need to breathe. um, yeah, thank you, Erin. So, you know the feeling when you walk into a room, in a space, and you suddenly start becoming so hyper aware of yourself, like how you're acting, your mannerism, your backstory, and you start asking yourself, what am I even doing here? That's the feeling that I want to speak about today. Being simultaneously in the room and out of it, being present but also not belonging, and then carrying the limitations that are tattooed on your skin. So, a little context about me. Before Red and Yellow, I studied philosophy, and I love philosophy so much. And what philosophy taught me, especially thinkers that write about liberation and identity, was that this feeling wasn't just personal, it's something that you can transform. Because here's the thing, I'm still here despite every reason to believe I don't belong here. I chose to stay, I chose to speak, and I chose to claim space. So, this tension between the bounds that constrain us and the boundlessness within us, this is what it means to be human. We are bounded by boundlessness. Today, I want to show you how we can navigate that paradox and create futures our ancestors could not even imagine. So let me take you way back, like way, way back to kindergarten in a small town called Plettenberg Bay, where I was the only Black girl, believe it or not, in my kindergarten. I couldn't speak an ounce of English. The only thing I knew how to say was, hello, how are you? I'm fine, thanks, and you. And I'm pretty sure that was just programmed. I don't know, I don't think I knew what it meant. But you know what I used to do? I used to sit by the top of the slide and block the kids from sliding down until until they could acknowledge me, until I could find a way to communicate with them. Even as a child who could not speak the language, I knew something. I knew that I belonged here too, that my voice also mattered. That's where the boundlessness was born, in those small acts of refusal to be invisible just because I'm different, refusal to accept that exclusion is natural. I didn't know the words yet, but I had the will. Later, later on, later on, I read about Frantz Fanon. He's a psychiatrist, also a philosopher, who studied that colonization does to the mind, and he gave me the language that I didn't know how to speak. Of what was happening in that moment. He talks about how boundaries aren't just imposed on us externally through rules and laws, they become internalized. We start policing ourselves. We start believing that limits placed on us are natural, inevitable, just the way things are. He calls this the colonization of the mind. But here's the thing, I was actually too young to know that I was supposed to limit myself, so I didn't. I forced my way into the game even though I didn't know the rules. So I just want you guys to take a moment and think about, when was the first time that you knew that you couldn't? Not because you tried and failed, but because someone told you you can't. People like you should not. That's what Frantz Fanon says. That's the moment of where colonization began. But forcing your way in comes with a cost. In primary school, it hit differently. Suddenly, not speaking English well enough meant something. It meant repeating a grade. It meant failure. And that failure really cost me. So I did what I thought I had to do. I learned the language properly, so well that I lost my mother tongue and my father tongue. I became so fluent in the language that the environment I was in. I adapted, I assimilated, and I survived. I mastered English, I excelled. I fit in with the white kids around me, and I moved through white spaces with so much ease. I experienced privilege, I experienced acceptance, and I also got so many opportunities. But when I tried to connect with my own kind, they looked at me differently and would say that I'm whitewashed, I'm acting white, or I'm not sure if you guys know the term coconut that was defined by me. But I'd want acceptance in one world, but also by losing myself in another one. And somehow I still didn't belong to neither. This became the paradox of my life, just experiencing privilege and exclusion at the same time. In white spaces, I'm accepted until I'm not. In black spaces, I'm rejected because I'm acting, I'm sounding different. Because I grew up in the white suburbs as the daughter of the most hardworking, loving domestic worker who lived in their homes. People saw the surface, the accent, the mannerism, the comfort in white spaces, and assumed privilege. But they didn't see the backstory. They didn't see me as a product of the circumstances trying to navigate worlds that I did not even choose. I kept asking myself, where do I actually center myself when I've been pushed in margins of every space that I enter? I honestly didn't know how to center myself. Then I got to university, Stellenbosch, and that's where everything shifted. I encountered philosophy more deeply and psychology. And I met other people from different races, black, colored, white, who had similar experiences, who understood what it meant to be a product of an environment you didn't even choose, who knew what it felt like to be told you're acting like something when you're just being who you became. And I realized something revolutionary. I don't have to live with the perception people have of me. I get to define myself. That is what satire, who's a French philosopher, he means when he says we are condemned to be free, even within the constraints, even when circumstances limit our options, we always maintain the freedom to choose how we respond. Our past does not determine our future, and where we've been thrown does not dictate where we're going. So when people called me whitewashed, I stopped associating it as insult. I started saying, I'm just delight. I'm a product of where I've been and I'm creating who I'm becoming. Not white, not trying to be white, just delight. My own category, my own center. And here's the practical part. All the philosophy is so beautiful, but how do you actually do it? So my favorite psychologist, Albert Bandura, he studied something he called self-efficiency, basically the belief that you can accomplish everything. And what he found was powerful, that the belief doesn't just make you better, it changes what you attempt. It changes how much effort you put in. It changes how long you persist when things get hard. And here's the beautiful part. Self-efficiency builds on itself. Every small success expands your sense of what's possible. For me, it was showing up at Red and Yellow when I felt like I didn't belong. It was participating in the first project, even when it felt like everybody knew better than I did. It was speaking up when I was afraid my perspective was not adequate enough. It was recognizing that being the first generation in university in my family isn't deficient. It's evidence of projection. My parents could imagine this future. My ancestors couldn't dream of this path, but I'm walking on it. Each time I stayed in a room where I felt I didn't belong, I built evidence for myself. I can do this. I belong here. My voice matters. This is how you move from bounded to boundlessness. One choice, one risk, one refusal to be limited by your circumstance. But here I am now. I've stopped choosing between worlds. I don't erase the Western that I learned growing up, but I learned to also embrace the African. I can be both. I can weave them together. I can create something new. This is what recentering looks like, not fitting into someone else's category, but creating your own. You are bounded by boundlessness too. You have real constraints, real histories, real circumstances that limit your options, but you also have real agency, real imagination, real capacity to choose differently than everything your past suggests you should. Will you live from your bound or be has been denied to you, limited by what seems realistic? Or will you live from your boundlessness, reaching towards what calls you, projecting into futures that don't even exist yet, refusing to accept inherited limits? I choose boundlessness, not because the limits aren't real, but because I am more than my limit. Not because I've transcended my past, but because I refuse to let my past write my future. Not because I fit perfectly into category, because I don't, but because I learned to create my own. You are bounded by boundlessness. The paradox is actually the point. The tension is where the transformation lives. Step into it, claim it, live it, delight.
Thank you so much, Delight. I think belonging is something we all face with. And I think I just love that idea of creating your own category. We don't have to fit into two different molds and stuff. So thank you for that. Excuse me. Next, we have Talita. She's coming to speak about her own experiences and the things she's learned with moving through being beautifully distracted. She has such an interesting perspective in so many years of developing and learning how to move through life. So let's give Talita a round of applause.
As a child, I was called scattered, impulsive, distracted. But I say I was beautifully distracted. When I was in grade 6, we were outside the one day for a life orientation practical, about to play hockey. While the teacher was explaining the rules, I started tapping the ball with my stick to keep my hands busy while listening to what he had said. And then, suddenly, and very, very loudly, he yelled, "Talita, go drink your Ritalin pills." What he didn't know was, I already did. And what he also didn't know was, while I was tapping that ball, I heard and understood every single word that he said. And that's ADHD. Our brains just work differently. As a 6-year-old in grade 1, I had a lot of difficulties in school. I knew my mind worked differently, but I never really understood what the problem was. Until I was diagnosed and said in all of her years of being a teacher, she never had so much difficulty with a student paying attention in class. So that's when my parents decided to send me to a specialist. And then I was officially diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Every day after school, I would sit at the kitchen table for hours, just doing the simplest bits of homework. My mom would sit beside me, explaining the same sentence over and over again, while my mind just wandered to everywhere but the page in front of me. I also remember sitting, looking around, seeing just how everybody seemed to understand what was going on, while I was only pretending. I'd nod, smile, and act like I got it. But deep down, I just felt broken. I was too young to understand what ADHD was, and my parents didn't immediately tell me what it involved. Then the day came where it all finally made sense. And I remember thinking, finally, here's the answer. After I was diagnosed, I started taking medication. And in only a few weeks, I went from almost failing to doing better than most of the children in my class. Over the years, I have tried almost every ADHD medication you can imagine. I learned so much about, each one came with its own promises, side effects, and lessons. And I learned so much about these pills that I ever thought I will. I've been on Strattera, Concerta, Ritalin, Vyvanse, and more natural remedies I can even remember. Over time, I found that Concerta worked best for me. But as I got older, the dosage increased, and sometimes it felt a little bit too strong. That is when I experienced something that's called the zombie effect. That's when I would lose parts of myself that made me me. I would lose my spark, my energy, and even my creativity. My whole school career became this constant cycle of trial and error, searching for the balance between focus and being myself. By the time I reached high school, I was using both Ritalin and Concerta just to stay focused in class and especially during exam season. All ADHD medication works by increasing the levels of important chemicals or neurotransmitters in your brain. These chemicals include dopamine and norepinephrine. And by increasing these chemicals, it will help with decreased attention span, reduced hyperactivity, controlling impulse behavior, and so on. There are two types of medication, stimulants and non-stimulants. Stimulants are most common, and when the dosage is right, studies found that about 80% of people see a big improvement with their focus and mood. Some common side effects that I've also experienced is decreased appetite, weight loss, difficulty sleeping, anxiety, growth delay, changes in blood pressure, and increased heart rate. Now, what is ADHD? When people hear the word ADHD, they think you can't pay attention. But that's not true. Your brain pays attention differently. We are not attention deficit. We are attention dynamic. ADHD affects how we think, plan, prioritize, and filter distractions. It's not a behavior problem. It's not laziness. It's not a lack of intelligence. It's in how the brain is wired in structure, chemistry, and network connections. And those differences explain both challenges and strengths that comes with being ADHD. One thing people don't realize is that ADHD doesn't only come with challenges, it also comes with hidden superpowers. Hyperfocus, creativity, intuition. Hyperfocus. We struggle to focus on things that don't interest us. But when something does capture our attention, we can lock in so deeply that hours feel like minutes. And that's hyperfocus, a powerful state of mind where distraction disappears and creativity just takes over. Creativity. ADHD brains think differently. We're less limited by rules or how things should be. This lets us connect fresh and original ideas. Research even shows that people with ADHD score higher in creative thinking and achievement. Intuition. Many of us rely on instinctive, big picture thinking. Instead of processing things step by step, we read the whole situation at once and make quick, intuitive decisions, a strength in problem solving and innovation. Some of the most creative minds in history had ADHD. Even Albert Einstein was believed to have shown signs of it. They weren't successful in spite of ADHD. They succeeded because of how their brains saw things differently. It took me a long time to learn to dance with distraction. And by this, I mean accepting my differences instead of fighting it. I started learning what works best for me. During school, I would write my notes on windows, mirrors, shower doors, and even my cupboard doors. No matter how hard I tried, studying during the day was one of the most difficult obstacles I had to ever overcome. Because I'm a natural night owl. My brain functions best between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. And yes, I know that is very insane. But during that time, the world is quiet. There's no birds chirping, cars driving, or construction workers redoing the apartment above mine. I realize my brain moves in a different rhythm, faster in some, slower in others, but always alive. ADHD didn't change. I did. I learned to give my brain what it needs instead of forcing it to be like everyone else's. Because of this, I can gladly say at the beginning of my school career, I was almost failing. But at the end of high school, I graduated as an A candidate and was given robes of honor for academics. Until today, that's one of my biggest achievements. I know this may sound cliche, but I'm thankful for everything I went through because I wouldn't be the person I am today, standing here in front of all of you, if it wasn't for everything that I went through.
So, if you ever felt misunderstood, restless, or too much, just remember your brain isn't broken. It's just wired for a different kind of magic. ADHD doesn't make you less capable. It means you take a different road to the same destination. I used to think that distraction was my biggest weakness. Now I see it as a part of my design. Because sometimes being beautifully distracted is exactly what helps you to see what others can't. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And I think it's a good reminder that our differences aren't necessarily barriers, but the things that make us better at what we do. Next, we have Sid. She is honestly the walking good vibes. She and immaculate style, as you can see. And I'm super excited for this speech because I think it's going to be a beautiful tribute to the people who make us who we are. So let's give a round of applause to Sid.
Hello, everyone. If I start swaying, just ignore it. I'm dying of anxiety. When I think about my childhood, the first thing that comes up isn't a memory. It's a feeling. A feeling I carried quietly long before I had a name for it. Long before I knew other children didn't feel the same way. It was a feeling that lived in my stomach, in my chest, in my throat, tightening without warning, rising without logic, filling the space inside me like smoke. I was an anxious child, quietly anxious, the kind of child whose mind never stops moving, the kind who imagines worst case scenarios in the middle of ordinary days, the kind who listens for the slightest change in tone and feels like an earthquake. I didn't know it was anxiety. I didn't know children weren't supposed to feel like that. I just knew I felt scared a lot. And when you're that kind of child, you don't need a superhero. You don't need someone dramatic or loud. You need one steady, loving person who makes the world feel safe again just by existing in it. For me, that person was named Emily Diasi, but to me, she was just simply my M. There are people who love you because they're supposed to, because biology or circumstances tell them to. And then there are people who love you because something in their soul recognizes something in yours, because their heart decided to. M chose me, not because she had to, not because she was paid to, not because she was instructed to. She chose me the way a mother chooses her child, instinctively, wholly, without fear. Her love showed up in small details, the way she remembered the things that made me nervous, the way she noticed the mood before anyone else did, the way she knew when silence meant I was overwhelmed and when silent meant I was okay. And I know this is love because if you walk into her home today, you'll see her children on her wall and then you'll see me, a child she didn't give birth to, but loved with the same fierceness. That's not employment, that's love. My parents love me deeply, they always have. But even in loving homes, childhood can feel overwhelming when your brain is wired for fear. And sometimes love looks like this: your mother parenting you with everything she has, and another woman stepping in to carry the pieces your anxiety dropped along the way. There were days when the world felt too big, too loud, too unpredictable for my small body. And Em didn't soothe me by explaining things. She soothed me by just being there. Her presence slowed my thoughts. Her stillness anchored me. Her gentleness wrapped around me like air I could breathe in. She became the emotional oxygen I didn't know I was living without. There's one moment, tiny, silent, but unforgettable. I walked into a room heavy with tension, adult tension. I didn't understand the words, but I understood the atmosphere. children always do. My anxiety reacted instantly. My chest tightened, my heartbeat sped, my mind sprinted. And then my M walked in. She didn't speak, she didn't ask questions, she didn't touch me. She just looked at me with that warm, calm, steady presence that felt like home. And my whole body softened. That is the power of one steady, loving person in a child's life. That is what it means to give up your life for a child who isn't yours. I started to become more familiar with this topic growing up. I started reading Sweep South's domestic worker reports, research written by women like my M, and suddenly everything made sense. South Africa has over 1 million domestic workers, 1 million women who wake up before sunrise to leave their own children so they can raise someone else's. And here's the part that changed me. 1 in 3 domestic workers has to leave her own child behind to care for another family's child. 1 in 3. This isn't uncommon. It's a structure, a system, a quiet sacrifice that holds up thousands of South African households. More than 70% of them provide childcare. Nearly half become the child's primary daytime caregiver, meaning they aren't helping, they are parenting every single day. These are the women who wake us, feed us, dress us, soothe our tears, notice our moods, teach us softness, hold our secrets, protect our hearts, and love us with a devotion nobody ever trained them for. Sweep South calls it South Africa's invisible mothering system. Invisible, because society doesn't see these women as the emotional architects of childhood. Invisible, because their love is labeled unskilled. Invisible, because they raise children who grow up and often forget the depth of their influence. Women like M shape childhoods, shape emotional foundations, shape identities, shape futures. They are the heartbeat of millions of homes. I grew up with 2 mothers, my beautiful mother Nadine, who gave me her heart, and my M, who gave me her steadiness. 2 women from 2 different worlds, 2 different backgrounds, working together, loving me together, raising me together in a way I didn't understand then, but I'm endlessly grateful for now. And they both made me who I am. There's something I've never said to M because it took growing up to fully understand her. M wasn't just someone who helped raise me. She was a whole woman, a woman with strength woven into her softness, a woman who carried joy so naturally that even on difficult days, it lived in her smile. A woman who had this quiet confidence, this grounded, steady presence that made every room feel calmer the moment she walked in. She had a laugh that felt like sunshine, warm, familiar, contagious. And she had opinions, strong ones, about everything from how tea should be made to what counted as proper manners. And she shared them with a humor that only she could get away with. She was gentle, but she was also tough. Not in a harsh way. And her life hasn't been easy, but I'm still standing kind of way. The kind of toughness that comes from resilience, not hardship. And what I see so clearly now is that M was a woman with depth, with dreams, with a life outside our home, a bus routine, a community, friendships, a world of her own that she stepped out of every morning to step into ours. She wasn't just in our homes, she was a part of it, part of the rhythm, the humor, the warmth, and part of the love. So standing here today, knowing you're watching this, Mayim, I want you to hear this clearly. You made an impact that echoes through my entire life. Your love lives in the person I am becoming. You made, and you will always be part of my family, not because you worked for us, but because you loved us. So today, this talk is not just for M. It is for every woman who has ever held a child through fear, through change, through confusion, through heartbreak. For every woman who gave up her life, her time, her energy, her dreams for children who weren't hers. For the woman who shaped us quietly, fiercely, and forever. We see you now. We honor you now. And we thank you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sid. I mean, that was so beautiful. not just hearing about your M, but I think also making us all think back to the women who shape us as well. We are on our last speaker of the session, last but not least. And Amy, while she gives very chilled surfer girl vibes, she is also a pretty badass marketing person. So I'm very excited to hear her perspective on topic that brings us back to why we're here. Cool. Please, Amy.
Okay, so every one of us has that drawer. Maybe it was handed down from a loved one, maybe it came with the apartment, maybe it's brand new, but somehow it's just not working. It never closes the way it should and always leaves that skewed tiny gap. It's the drawer you always shove with a sigh, the one you have to nudge and then nudge again. But at first, it's really nothing. You tell yourself you'll fix it one day, but not today. Today you're tired, lazy, or simply just not in the mood. And then you forget about it for days, weeks, maybe even months. Bit by bit, this tiny, but over time, it starts to get on your nerves more and more. You open it to grab something and it sticks again. Every time you're in a hurry, it jams and it just absolutely refuses to glide when your hands are full. Bit by bit, this tiny, harmless inconvenience becomes something you silently tolerate until one day you've just had absolutely enough and you're ready to rip the entire drawer out and throw it across the room. And that brings me to my topic for today, the inevitable midlife crisis of every marketer. My dad's going to be watching this live stream later, and I think after spending quite a few rants on my two fancy marketing degrees, this is not what he is hoping to hear. So, what actually is a midlife crisis? One of the strongest academic explanations comes from psychologist Laura Carstensen and her socio-emotional selectivity theory. I know, I come bearing receipts. She explains that as people realize they're no longer at the beginning of their lives, their perception of time shifts. This causes them to prioritize, because suddenly the horizon doesn't feel endless anymore, this causes them to prioritize spiritual satisfaction over status or career progression. In other words, when we get older and become aware of the fact that our time is limited, we will start caring a lot more about things that feel true and a lot less about things that simply look good on paper. So, what does this mean for us as marketers? Well, unfortunately, when you take away all the fluff, branding, design, strategy, it's all just profit driven. And as a result of this, marketing has no real depth. We're not saving lives, we're not educating generations. A lot of the time, we're just polluting the planet and manipulating people into buying things they don't need, feeding the culture of consumerism in a world already drowning in excess. We make choices driven by profit, and from what I've observed, so many of us move through our careers on autopilot. We don't pause, we don't question, we don't interrogate. The reality is that all of us, myself included, simply just do not care. Not because we're evil, but because we're too desensitized and too lazy, to put it in a blunt way, to look inward and realize how many of our consequences have dire actions. We live our lives like this. We don't consider the ripple effects of our work, because until that impact shows up on our own doorstep, we don't feel it. Until the pollution we helped create washes up on the beaches we swim at, until the microplastics we ignored end up on the food on our dinner plates, until the brands we glorified contribute to the rising cost of living we complain about. But it's not entirely our fault. Social media has conditioned us to be able to absorb a constant stream of violent and shocking content and feel almost nothing. We've become numb. And when you mix that numbness with an industry built on profit, of course the midlife crisis is coming. So before we move on, I should say that I don't believe in purpose, at least not in the your life's mission kind of way. Work is work, and it isn't always going to change the world, and not every job is meant to be your calling. What matters is consciousness, making choices with intent, being fully aware of what you're doing, and understanding the impact of those choices. Like Mark Manson says, when people ask, what should I do with my life? What they're really asking is, what can I do with my time that actually matters? And the way that we answer this isn't by chasing purpose. It's by remaining conscious in everything that we do. Now, you might be thinking, well, you've kind of dragged down the entire industry and exposed yourself in the process. How are you planning on avoiding this midlife crisis? Well, when Di urged me to scratch this itch, because trust me, it's something I think about a lot, I realized that I'd never actually stopped to ask myself, okay, but Amy, what are you actually going to do about it? I hadn't thought about whether or not a middle ground exists. Is there a way in which you can think this way and still be a marketer? Or do you just have to simply quit the industry or quit being conscious? So I went down a bit of a rabbit hole and I tried to figure out whether or not there are ways to be a part of this industry without essentially compromising my values. And eventually I came up with a few things which I thought I could share with you. Nothing profound or revolutionary, just simple things that, because they are so simple, I feel that we often tend to forget about them or just deem them unimportant. I've called it the Conscious Marketer's Playbook, 7 slogans for staying sane. Penguin House should honestly just sign me now. Number 1, practice truthful storytelling. Refuse to tell or sell lies. This means respecting your audience's intelligence. No exaggerated claims, no pretending to care when the brand clearly doesn't, no fake urgency. Respect means trusting that your audience can handle the truth and that they'll still value you for being transparent. So instead of saying this product will change your life, you say this product might make your mornings a little bit easier. I mean, it definitely doesn't blow my hair back, but at least it's honest. Number 2, continuously ask why. I've always loved the word why. My parents can attest this, as I would always interrogate everything they told me. Why does this happen? Why is it like this? I feel like I needed a deep understanding of everything in order for it to solidify and make sense. But in saying that, why doesn't have to be deep. Sometimes the answer is simple. I do it because it pays well. But the important thing is to stop and ask it. Do you actually enjoy the brand? Why? Do you like what this campaign is doing? Why? Would you buy the products yourself? Why? And while it can feel exhausting, that tiny interrogation is what keeps you grounded. Number 3, touch grass. Honestly, just touch grass. Step away, close your laptop, and remember that there's a whole world outside of this. Go for a walk, feel the sun, swim in the ocean, climb a mountain. And yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say for this one. I promise you the hippies are onto something here. Number 4, keep your moral curiosity alive. You know that feeling you get in your gut that tells you something just isn't right? Don't ignore it. That inner discomfort is a signal. Respect it. I once met a guy who did the marketing for some of South Africa's major gambling apps, you know, the kind designed to bleed people dry at 2 a.m. And he'd talk about his job like he was such a hot shot. Little did he know I was standing next to him thinking, get a load of this guy, manipulating poor people for a living? You don't need to become an activist, but maybe try finding projects that don't make you shrink inside when you explain them. Number 5, sit with contradiction. The uncomfortable truth is that working in marketing means holding contradictions. You can want to be a good person and still promote products that people don't really need. You can care about sustainability and still work for a brand that ships plastic around the world. You alone cannot fix climate change, capitalism, or fast fashion. You didn't create this industry and you're not the villain. You're just trying to do your job without feeling like a terrible person. And some contradictions are heavier than others. Selling a moisturizer people probably don't need, fine. Selling predatory loans disguised as financial empowerment, maybe not so fine. You don't have to solve every contradiction, but be able to recognize, okay, this part I can live with, and this part I just absolutely cannot. Number 6, This one may seem a little bit self explanatory and cheesy, but remember that you're human first. Learn to celebrate integrity, not hustle. Be proud of saying no, of walking away from work that just doesn't feel right. And if you're not worried about karma catching up to you, then I think you're doing just fine. Number 7, a little bit anticlimactic, hey? Accept that the crisis might still come. We might have a moment one day in 10, 15, 20 years' time where you wake up and wonder, shit, is this really it? But here's what I do believe. If you stay reflective, if you stay honest, if you stay conscious, then when the crisis comes, it won't flatten you. It'll guide you. So instead of blowing up your life, you'll adjust it. Instead of panicking, you'll pivot. And instead of spiraling, you'll recalibrate. Where we are now as youngsters entering the industry, we will notice the small things that feel off. It's like that drawer that almost closes, but not quite. You hear the slight scrape, you see the small gap, but you shrug it off and you keep going because whatever, it's not a big deal. Over time, the drawer becomes part of the room. You acclimate. This is just how the industry works, and it's not my place to push back. The drawer remains slightly ajar in the background, but you stop noticing it consciously, like a flaw you learn to live around. Then suddenly, one day, you just can't unsee the gap. You're older now, your tolerance is lower, your values are clearer. You tug it angrily, you try to shove it closed, you wonder why you never fixed it earlier. And now I'm here. I need to make a decision. What am I doing with the drawer? Am I fixing it? Am I dumping it? Am I turning it into firewood? Or am I just painting the cabinet? The truth is that I've been a part of marketing for 4 years and I love it. I love problem solving. I love brainstorming. I love creativity. So my hope is that you didn't stand here listening to me today thinking, oh, she thinks she's got all the answers. Because I don't. I'm just trying to figure it out like everyone else. My goal today wasn't prescription and perfection. It is a reminder of consciousness. Because if we don't remain conscious, we risk becoming the kind of marketers who one day wake up and look at their own lives and think, how did I get here? Thanks.
Thanks so much, Amy. I think I've definitely thought about it, and those 7 steps in the middle ground, I think, should just be plastered around the whole red and yellow. We are at the end of our session, and I think before I send you all off and we come back at 11 o'clock, we just had some incredible speeches this morning to start us off. I mean, really, the amounts of courage that was coming up to this stage to share their stories and just give different perspectives. I think we need another round of applause. So yeah. Woo! Amazing. But thank you and enjoy the break upstairs. There's coffee and muffins and everything. Woo!
Hello, everybody. Quiet in the house, please. Thank you so much. Okay, who's excited for session 6? Yay! Okay, so just some house rules before we start. If everyone could put their phones on silent and do your best to stay in here for the duration of the session. If you have to leave, just try to do it in between speakers when I'm speaking. I won't be offended, I promise. So first up, we have, Georgia, our resident fashionista. So it makes sense that she'll be teaching us a thing or two about the fashion industry, and hopefully you can teach me a thing or two about style, but it seems I copied you today, or at least I tried to. So without further ado, in her own words, hi, I'm Georgia, I'm 23, and I hate Labubus. Yes, it is true. I do hate Labubus, but there are so many other things about me. I love the beach, I love yoga, I love my friends, I love my family, I love thrifting and taking photos. But what I really, really, really love is doom scrolling. I lie in bed and switch between TikTok, Instagram, and Pinterest like a taxi changing lanes on Main Road. I watch Get Readies with me like it's my full time job. I curate mood boards like I am making marketing decks. And for a long time, I thought that all my choices were curated, aesthetic, and personal. Until one day, standing in my bedroom, surrounded by clothes I didn't even remember buying, I realized I didn't have a personal style. I had a subscription service that I never signed up for. Maybe I wasn't choosing things. Maybe I was just really, really, really good at being marketed to. Trends weren't just influencing me, they were swallowing me whole. Marketing wasn't just selling me clothes, it was selling me identity, urgency, personalities. Which made me ask, if trends are designed to die, then who are we trying so hard to become? And that's how we landed up here at Labubus, leopard prints, and landfills. Earlier this year, I moved apartments and I realized that I didn't wear 85% of my clothes anymore. And that's not a wardrobe, that's a museum of impulsive decisions. And I started seeing the patterns everywhere. Suddenly, everyone was in leopard print, or I'd thrift something and it felt really good and really unique. Or there'd be moments where I was standing in the Zara changing room, looking at the price of the item and thinking, why am I buying this? Do I even like it? But the real wake up moment is the Labubu explosion. Now, I know that Labubus aren't clothes, but stay with me because they are definitely a symbol for our modern day overconsumption. Labubus, in case you are not familiar, are these slightly creepy, sharp-toothed little raggedy creatures that landed up on Rihanna's Louis Vuitton bag and in the hands of 12-year-olds with better disposable income than me. And people went absolutely feral for them. I kept seeing them on TikTok, unboxing, hauls, rare editions. And for months, I thought, why does everyone suddenly care about these creepy little goblins? And then I learned the genius behind them. You see, Labubus aren't actually just a toy. They're a psychological case study in how marketing controls our modern desire. They come in blind boxes. You don't know which one you're getting until you rip it open. And let me tell you, that anticipation, that dopamine hit right before the reveal, your brain loves that. It's the same mechanism behind Tinder, slot machines, and refreshing Instagram. Next, Labubus come in limited drops, seasonal releases. Once they're gone. Or so you're told. It's not really about the toy, it's about how rare you think your version might be. Each Labubu has a personality, a design, a story, a vibe, a character you can connect with. Brands learned make it human and people will follow. And PopMart, the company behind these Labubus, executed this flawlessly. But here's the twist. When something becomes so popular, the shadow side appears too. The Lafufu. The look's kind of real if you don't look close enough. The Temu version. Half the price, a quarter of the quality, and quite literally none of the meaning. And people buy them because by the time the trend peaks, it's not necessarily about the object anymore. It's about belonging, keeping up, being in. And then, predictably, the trend dies. And the Labubus get shoved in the back of your cupboard with your grade 7 school uniform, and the Lafufus go straight into the landfills, piled on top of all the other trends that lived fast, died young, and left an environmentally questionable corpse. And that's right there is when I realized this isn't about toys, it's about the entire system. You see, trends don't really die, they just reinvent themselves. And it's not you, it literally is the whole system. Fashion trends come in waves: leopard prints, polka dots, superstars, galaxies printed tights, supreme mustaches. I mean, mustaches. And it's like the universe is playing dress up with us. And our brains, well, they love it. But this is the moment where Labubu is the bridge to the much bigger truth. All those trends, all that dopamine, all those must-haves, they don't disappear when the aesthetic does. We just stop looking at them. You see, the fashion industry is massive. $100 trillion, over 300 million workers, and a global fiber production that has doubled in just 20 years, which sounds incredibly impressive. But the environmental cost is horrifying. We're buying 60% less clothes than we did in 2000 and keeping them for half as long. Every year, 85% of textiles end up in landfills or are burned. The textile supply chain uses 215 trillion liters of water. That's more than some countries use in an entire year. 20% of global industrial wastewater comes from fashion, and less than 1% from clothing is recycled back into new garments. You see, fast fashion doesn't just produce more stuff, it produces more harm. Every cheap tea, every 2-week trend, every must-have item is driving carbon emissions, wastewater, chemical runoff, and ocean pollution. Now picture it. By the time I'm roughly about 6 minutes into this talk, we would have already dumped 360 garbage trucks worth of clothing into landfill. That's one every second, overflowing with microtrends, synthetic fibers, dyes, and all the things that we had to have yesterday. And that's real. That's happening right now. But it's not just about garbage trucks and microplastics. It's about us too. Because somewhere between the get readies with me and the microtrends and the must-haves, we quietly lose track of who we actually are. And it's not in some dramatic falling apart kind of way. It's more in these small invisible shifts. A style we adopt because it's trending, and not because it feels like us. A purchase that feels amazing for 5 seconds and impossible to style every other time we try to put it on. And suddenly, our choices start looking less and less like ours, and more like something we've absorbed, a collage of algorithms, influences, and unspoken pressures. But this isn't about blame. It's about a pause, a moment to ask, if all the noise disappeared, what would I choose? Who am I outside of the marketing, outside of the trends, and outside of the urgency to keep up? And once we see that, we can begin to see the role we hold as consumers, as creators, and as marketers, and the difference we could have if we chose differently. What shocked me most during my research wasn't that consumption is the problem. It's the thoughtless consumption. The late TikTok told me I need cowboy boots kind of consumption. And just so you know, I'm not putting the blame. That's me in Greece with a pair of cowboy boots, and it was 35 degrees. And safe to say, after this photo was taken, I went, I went home to put on flops. The uncomfortable truth behind this is that a lot of the behavior isn't born from us. It's actually built by the system around us, by marketers, by people like me, people like us. And we don't just respond to desire, we actually help create it, which is exactly why marketing needs to evolve. Because if marketing helped build this hyper-consumption machine, then it can slow it down too. Enter the conscious marketer. And thank you, Amy, for a nice little pre-introduction into this. The conscious marketer is not someone who says, stop buying everything and live in a cabin. It's just the one who asks different questions. Does this product genuinely improve someone's life? Are we creating connection or are we creating an insecurity? Are we selling speed or are we selling longevity? Are we helping people choose or are we pushing a behavior? See, conscious marketers want us to buy better, not more. They opt for durability instead of dopamine, repairability instead of disposability, and honesty instead of FOMO. And research actually backs this. When marketing focuses on the well-being of the community, transparency, and quality of life, consumers feel more satisfied, not less. So in this talk, I'm not asking us to stop selling. I'm asking us to sell with intention. If trends shape who we think we are, marketers have the responsibility to help people come home to themselves again. Okay, so we've dragged trends and we've exposed algorithms and we've definitely admitted and acknowledged that Labubus are a red flag. But here comes the real question. What do you do if you're not a marketer, if you're just me and you? Because fashion isn't the villain and shopping certainly isn't the villain. It's the cycle, the speed, the pressure, the churn. This is where it gets messy for us and the planet. And we don't need to burn our wardrobes and become minimalist linen monks. We just need to slow the cycle. So how do we do that? We choose longevity over velocity. Cheap usually means plastic-based fibers, short lifespans, and a lot of microplastics. Invest in pieces and trends that reflect you and slow your own personal consumption loop. Ask small questions. When was the last time you repeated an outfit? Where does the fabric you're wearing come from? And do you really need a whole new outfit and boots for kind of music? Extend the life of what currently exists. Swap with friends, donate pieces that still have life, sell or thrift, repair, rewear, reinvent. Support transparency and ask for it. Brands shape cultures and brands shape culture and consumers shape brands. Choose companies that are honest about fabrics, factories, and impact. And most importantly, start with awareness, not guilt. You don't need to track every fiber. You just need to be aware. Awareness turns impulse into action. So, to sum it all up, wanting to feel current or seen or have nice things isn't the problem. Having a wish list like this on Pinterest is not a problem. In fact, it's really cool. The problem is when the noise gets louder than our own voice, and when the algorithm knows our tastes a lot better than we do. When we buy things because they're in and not because they're ours. When our identity becomes something that we constantly update instead of slowly uncover. But here's the good news. We get to choose what we buy, what we wear, what we keep, what we love, and who we are becoming. The antidote to overconsumption isn't shame, it's authenticity. It's remembering that style isn't something you chase, it's something you build. You are a person with taste, identity, and agency, and the world needs more of that, not less. So next time you see a road or a labubu or a mob wife coat and it tries to grip you, pause, take a breath, and ask, is this marketing or is this me? Because the moment you start choosing from who you are and not who the internet wants you to be, consumption slows, authenticity grows, and the whole system begins to shift.
Thank you, Georgia. That was amazing. Really resonated with me, especially the part about doom scrolling. Also, I hope a lot of you will think again before that next Shein order. You know who you are. So next up, we have Amber, our busy bee. And although we all love her, it's interesting to note that she said her calendar is her best friend. No, her words, not mine. She's a full-time marketing student, au pair, social media manager, and she's going to give us some insight into the mind of a maximizer.
My alarm goes off at 5:15 a.m. Not because I'm preparing for the Olympics, but because I'm a full-time student with 2 jobs, trying to squeeze 36 hours into 24. Before most people are awake, I'm already at my desk. 3 out of the 5 days, I've already done my run. Editing content, planning posts, replying to messages on Slack, fitting in 2 hours of work before campus even sees me. By 9 a.m., I get hit with the classic, "Oh, I bet you already ran this morning." And I'm only asked this because it's already on my Instagram story or because my hair is wet. I'm in lectures, ready to tackle a new project. Between classes, again, I'm asked, "Amber, what are you doing on that laptop of yours?" And I reply, "Work." I'm mostly making a quick edit or fixing a caption or sending a quick message on Slack that starts with, "Sorry for the delay. I was just in a lecture. I'll be right on it." Then I often sneak out of class a few minutes early to head straight to au pairing, collecting kids, helping with homework, and managing the kind of chaos you can only understand if you've argued with a 6-year-old that you have to wear sunscreen in order to swim. Sometimes I get really lucky with au pairing. I get to take the kids to tennis or swimming, and I'm able to sneak in some work in my car. When I finally get home, I immediately open my laptop again. Not because someone expects me to, but I expect me to. There's always one more tweak, one more improvement, one more thing I could do better. And before I know it, I'm finishing the other 2 hours of work I couldn't fit in that morning, and then opening another tab for a group project or an individual assignment that also needs to be perfect, because I'm trying to keep up in both university and work without letting either slip. I then find myself heating up my meal prep at 8 p.m. and then trying to figure out how I'm going to get the next batch of content ready for approval for my project manager. Now, I won't tell you what time I sleep because you probably think I'm crazy. The weekends, that's when I try to live. I catch up with friends, spend time with my parents, fit in the runs, the social events, the fun everyone says I should be having, while quietly recovering from the week I just survived. Now, don't even get me started on work placement learning and how I had to do 2 hours before the 9 to 5 and 2 hours after. Au pairing was no longer a thing, and let's just say running was no longer my priority, and I was glad I didn't have Strava. It looked like ambition, it looked like energy. From the outside, it looked like I was thriving. But on the inside, I was tired. Not give up tired, high functioning tired. The kind of tired you only feel when you don't, not because you can't, but because you don't know how. My family has always called me the hustler, specifically my dad, the girl who does it all, the one who doesn't slow down, because she doesn't know how. And for a while, I wore that nickname like an achievement. Then one day, I was sitting with my lecturer on a 101, talking about my life, studying full time, working 2 jobs, au pairing, content creation, running, and still having a full, busy, exciting social life. I was explaining how I sometimes don't understand how I can manage all of this, yet some people struggle alone with the degree. She looked at me and said, "You should speak about what makes a maximizer for your MacLive." And suddenly, in that moment, everything clicked. It was like someone finally gave me a name to the feeling I'd been living with for years. I realized I'm not just busy, I'm a maximizer. And this is where you step inside the mind of a maximizer, a mind that never stops asking, what more can I do? A maximizer is someone who is always striving for the best outcome, the best choice, the best use of time. They don't just want a good decision, they want a perfect one. Psychologists describe maximizers as people who examine every option before making a decision and still wonder if they missed something better. They aim for excellence in everything, believing that more information, more effort, more comparison equals better results. They rarely feel the pressure to make the most of every minute, filling their life with productivity, side hustles, commitments, and goals. But there's a catch. Because they're always wanting the best, they often experience higher stress, self-doubt, and regret. They struggle to feel satisfied even when they succeed, and they move on quickly from achievements instead of celebrating them. They can overlook the present and the future. There are 2 sides to maximizing: a decision-making maximizer and a time maximizer. And if you know me, both these definitions shout amber. Decision-making maximizers are always asking, is this the best option? They compare every single option, jobs, coffee shops, relationships, hoping to avoid the wrong one, but often end up more anxious and less happy. Time maximizers are always asking, can I fit in more? They optimize every hour, see free time as wasted time, and believe success comes from squeezing more in. From the outside, it looks like discipline. From the inside, it feels like pressure. This is the part you don't see, the inside of a maximizer's mind. I thought the busyness meant success because from a young age, I saw success modeled all around me. I watched my dad grow multiple businesses, my mom pour passion into everything she does, and I even saw it with my sister firsthand in race, watching her study and work at the same time and excelling in both. I watched my other sister build her business out of passion, and my brother work those long hours into the night as a student. In my family, hard work wasn't special, it was normal. So I learned early that to be capable is to keep going. It's because who I was long before I even knew the word maximizer. And yes, that's what a maximizer looks like on paper, but I didn't learn it from a textbook. I learned it from living it. I didn't know the word at the time, but I knew the exact feeling. If there were 24 hours in the day, I'd use 36. Because inside a maximizer's mind, ambition and anxiety sit side by side. And sometimes it's hard to tell them apart. I filled my calendar because I thought that's what ambition looked like. Study full time or pair, work on social media, take on clients, join clubs, create content, run, and still show up socially with a smile. People would say, "You're doing so much. That's amazing." And I believed them. When I saw my parents on the weekends, my mom would often ask, "Are you sure you can keep up with all of this? Aren't you doing too much?" And without hesitation, I'd reply, "Yes, I love the busyness." Because back then, the business felt like success. For a long time, I thought being capable meant I should keep adding more. That if I could handle it, I must. That a full life was a busy one. But here's what no one saw, and what I didn't see either until our recent brand challenge. Being good at doing everything made it even harder to admit when it was too much. It wasn't the workload that caught up with me, it was the pressure behind it. The pressure to make every minute matter, the pressure to say yes to all the opportunities, the pressure to be the best version of myself every day. I kept trying to maximize my life without realizing I was minimizing my presence in it. This year taught me something I wish I'd learned sooner. Don't maximize your to-do list. Maximize your life. For so long, I believed that squeezing more into every day meant I was doing better. But the truth is, the more I tried to do, the less present and fulfilled I became. Because sometimes chasing something better doesn't work, not because you're failing, but because you don't realize you already have the thing you were searching for 2 years ago. You don't need to do more to be more. The real power comes from focusing on what truly matters. And that doesn't mean doing less. It means redefining what the best really looks like. For me, being a maximizer now means exploring life boldly, filling my calendar with things that excite me, saying yes to opportunities that help me grow, stepping outside the usual plan, trying the thing that scares me, and not pressure. Because in a world obsessed with doing the most, real success isn't maximizing productivity, it's maximizing your life. Thank you.
Wow, Amber, that was amazing. Very inspirational. So next up we have Yusra. Born and raised in Cape Town, she spent 20 something years trying to navigate the world and make it make sense. And even though she's still figuring it out, I know we can always count on Yusra to have a beautiful smile on her face. So give it up for Yusra.
Thank you for the kind intro, Katie. And hi, everyone. My name is Yusra. Before I jump into it, I just want to say a quick thank you to all the friends and family that are here, all the guests. It's nerve-wracking, but my classmates and I really appreciate your time and attention. So, what does that even mean? And the what here in question is slang. Now, if you're asking Yusra, did you really dedicate your whole 10-minute talk to slang? Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. So, slang is technically defined as a type of language consisting of words and phrases regarded as very informal and restricted to a particular context or group of people. Looking at the etymology of it, it's not specifically defined, but it's very similar to the Icelandic word of slinkva, which means to throw or to sling. Apologize if I butchered that pronunciation. And the Norwegian term slingja skjeften, which literally means to sling the jaw and figuratively to abuse verbally. Now, with connotations such as these, it's not strange to think that slang is seen as something that's unimportant or nonsensical. However, in my humble opinion, I would argue that slang is one of the most underestimated and misunderstood forms of communication. You see, these are not just cool words people use, they are instead a marker of time. It's a reflection of pop culture, of the social, the technological, and the political landscape thereof. It encapsulates a whole era, and the people who study us in the future, I feel like they're going to have a hell of a time trying to puzzle it out. So, with this in mind, I challenge you to see slang as not just a form of communication, but instead similar to fashion. So, allow me to draw the likenesses. With the research, it said that, like stylish clothing and modes of popular entertainment, new slang must be new, appealing, and able to gain acceptance quickly in order for it to be effective. And furthermore, similarities between the two is that both help build group identity, it helps foster solidarity, it's reflective of cultural context, and it challenges authority. So, in that sense, that yes, slang is very indicative of its time, like fashion. We can see with the 2000s, Y2K was very popular, low rise jeans, amazing. 2010s, it was plaid shirts galore because Tumblr had us all in a chokehold. But 2020, it got a little difficult to try and define what style looked like because, as Amy discussed yesterday, fashion is cyclical. It comes around and some things remain, the same way that jeans are always in fashion, but the exact type of jeans might change. So, looking at some slang, I'll show you how the similarities work again. Millennial slang, these are some of the examples. Words like basic, legit, real talk, the bomb, and that's suspicious. Now, if you're familiar with Gen Z slang, you'll realize that we have similar words. So it's the same thing, different shape. Words like mid, cap, no cap, bussin, and sass. So what this is actually, this is the attempt of the latest generation to put their stamp on something. Slang is part in joke and part identifier. With this being said, also, there are some words that just remain because they're that good. You can't change it. So now, these words also permeate different generations the same way, like I said, genes do. So again, what does that even mean? For me, to be honest, it's quite fun being in on the joke. You get to be the one with all the answers when people ask you that question, and it's a kind of a if you know type of moment, right? So personally, I really enjoy it. However, imagine my shock and horror when I'm scrolling through comment sections and I see words like Sigma and Skivity and Cybow. And now I'm the one left asking, what does that even mean? And a side note, the bottom one is very audacious, so I will not be defining it because my parents are here. But just know if someone sends you this, those are fighting words. So Gen Z, not to worry. This doesn't mean our time is over. All this means is that social media and technology is advancing at such a rate that Gen Alpha is now able to make their own slang. And the unfortunate reality is it's here to stay. So, oh no. Okay. Exhibit A. If it will play. Okay. The sound isn't working, but as you can see, there are useful examples where like our billing is attempting to use the latest slang and instead of actually showing that how it's effective, they're like, nope, we're also wondering what does this even mean? Okay. Now, this video is actually done in a parody version. So it's not actually done by top billing, but the inner market, this marketing student in me would believe that it's quite effective because it's self-aware, it's comedic, and it's authentic in that it doesn't fully try and be Gen Alpha instead of trying to claim relatability and relevance. But the thing is, this is not going to change anytime soon. It's here to stay. And because it's something that's so real and something that's developing so quickly, there are studies dedicated to it and even books written about it. The name for this phenomenon is called algospeak. And the book written about it is called Algospeak. It was written by Adam Alexic. And Adam Alexic is a linguist and an author. And in this book, he details how social media and the internet is affecting how we speak in real time, in real life. In the book, he details how the word unalive appeared in a museum that was commemorating the passing of musician Kurt Cobain. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this term, it might seem quite inappropriate or disrespectful or even just plain silly, because here is this almost made up word about something that is not at all silly, something like death. So Alexik says you could see it that way, or you could argue that unalive is the latest entry in a long list of euphemisms used for death, right? Even the word to decease itself is a euphemism. It comes from the Latin word decesis, and which actually means departure. So this practice of euphemizing words, euphemizing terms in order to say the thing that is difficult, that's awkward, this is built into us as humans. It's a part of who we are, and it's part of the relentlessly created fight to fight against censorship. It's part of our determination, and it's part of the way that we try our best to make sure we are understood. Another way that we all as humans try to be understood is code switching. Now, code switching is the practice of switching between different types of languages and dialects in order to be understood. We do this for a multitude of reasons. I mean, we wouldn't talk to our colleagues the same way we do our friends. If you speak more than one language, you might switch to a more familiar language with someone who you know understands. Or perhaps my favorite instance, when I'm at home around my nieces and nephews and I want to address only the adults in the room, I switch to Afrikaans. And when I tell you I'm never more fluent than in those moments, it's just my favorite. Now, while on the topic of family, little background, I am the youngest in my family. My beautiful parents are here, and I have a bunch of siblings as well. And all my siblings are millennials. Now, this is not a bad thing, naturally. I love them. They are my favorite people. But there's a bit of a separation, and I found myself separating the words and terms I would use with them from between friend and internet slang and home slang. Not because I thought they wouldn't understand it. No, they're cool. They would. The other day, my sister responded to a message with, "What the helly?" And I was like, "Oh, okay, go off, go." But upon this conscious realization, I thought to myself, really? You're code switching with your favorite people? Why is this? Well, again, it's because it's something that's hardwired into us as humans. It's a rudimentary part of who we are to connect, to try and be understood the best way we can. And that is why slang can seem so bothersome, because it's your own language. You speak it. You should be able to understand it, yet you feel like you're translating your own language. And that's why the question of what does that even mean, unfortunately, it's not going anywhere. There will keep being new slang because each generation takes their turn to create the new code, the new language. Like I said, it's part identifier, it's how we stand out. But the important thing is that we keep asking this question, because with this question comes understanding and connection. And connection comes communication. And Oprah Winfrey, I think, said it best, because I too like a good quote. Shout out, Jody. Great communication begins with connection. Thank you.
Wow, Yusra, that was amazing. No cap. Thank you. So next up we have Georgie, the bright spark in our class, both in her fashion sense and her contagious, bubbly personality. She loves color, creativity, fashion, and design, and anything that that lets her make every day more beautiful. Give it up for Georgie.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for all being here. Before I start, I just want to touch on a theme that I've noticed in yesterday's sessions and today's session, and it's the theme of we really are a product of our upbringing, and that's what I'm going to speak about today. So let's get started. Okay. So my first definition of the word home was Bramhoek Farm, my dad's farm in Vicksburg in the Free State. And what a lot of people actually don't know is that I was born here. This is where my little toes touched grass for the very first time. But as life shifted and my parents went their separate ways, my feet started learning to step on a different kind of grass, a townhouse lawn in Saxonwold, Johannesburg. I've always viewed my upbringing as a collection of serendipitous moments that have made me the version of myself that I am today. By the age of 3, I'd already started to speak the language of 2 different worlds. I didn't recognize it then, but I was living amidst a duality that would shape the way I sense, the way I feel, and the way that I understand the world. This is my dad's farm. It's really a space that welcomes silence and introspection and imagination. It has this kind of serenity that is just so hard to explain. I can't describe it. I spent a lot of my school holidays here spending time with my dad, and it really did become my constant in chaos. However, I also spent most of my upbringing living with my beautiful mom, she's here, in Johannesburg, which by contrast is just passionate and energetic, fast-paced, and just bursts with all this creativity. Now I'm going to get into this concept called dual attunement. It's the ability to stay connected to your inner world while also responding to the world around you. It's about holding 2 forms of awareness at once, what you feel internally and what life is asking of you externally. Looking back, I realized I was practicing dual attunement way before I even knew the term. The farm attuned me inward to quiet, to imagination, and to grounding. But Joburg attuned me outward to people, to movement, and to culture. And living in this contrast gave me this unique type of sensitivity. I mean, ever since I was little, I've been able to sense the slightest shift in someone's tone, in their energy, in their body language, almost to the point where it gives me goosebumps. I've always paid attention not only to what people say, but to everything that they don't say. And over time, that sensitivity has become its own kind of fluency. I've learned to mirror, to adapt, and to move between spaces while staying tuned to the moods, feelings, and energies around me. I guess somewhere between farm's quiet and Johannesburg's energy, I learned to move with the rhythms of both places, letting my sensitivity serve as a bridge between the 2. Now, I've been touching on this idea of contrast, and I think my parents are the prime example of contrast. And I just want to explain that when co-parenting after divorce is healthy, you don't really grow up in conflict, rather you grow up in contrast. And this was my experience. So this is my dad. My dad is someone who's observant, he's reflective, and he's gentle. He jokes dryly, and he feels most himself in the quiet spaces between moments. He's just so deeply connected to the earth, to nature, and to animals. My mom, however, is someone who is just passionate and spontaneous. She's honest. She laughs, I'm gonna cry. She laughs from her chest, and she talks with her hands. She wears her heart on her sleeve. Sorry. My parents moved to different rhythms. Sorry, it's been an emotional day. That meant that at an early age, I learned to attach to I learned to attach to 2 very different emotional worlds. Psychologists sometimes call this experience fragmented attachment. You learn the rhythm of each home, each parent, and each atmosphere. You learn to adjust your energy to be a little softer in one room and a little louder in the other, and it becomes a kind of empathetic shape-shifting. What I realize now is that through navigating my parents' differences, core aspects of my personality were formed. From my dad, I inherited this love for stillness and a need for introspection and solitude and listening and contemplation. And from my mom, I really learned to express myself and to be bold and passionate and creative and to value connection to people and to value kindness. And yet, despite all of this, I still found myself wondering, who am I in the space between these 2 worlds? And for me, this space wasn't just an abstract concept. My middle ground became the 4-hour drive from Johannesburg to my dad's Vicksburg farm. On this drive, you literally watch city buildings dissolve into these wide country landscapes. In these 4 hours, my world just stood still. I mean, I thought I had space to imagine and to dream. And I would stare out of the window listening to a mixture of Electric Light Orchestra, The Police, and Billy Joel, and just be. What I felt during this drive is something called liminality. It's the space where you no longer fully belong to one world, but you haven't quite arrived in the next. Those drives for me were a place where my identity just felt liminal. My Joburg home and my Joburg life and my Free State home and my Free State life could just coexist. And what liminality does is it really forces one to stop, to stand still, and to think. As a kid, I started to spend a lot of time in that liminal space. And it led me to develop another trait, hyper-independence. I don't know if you've guessed it, but I am actually an only child. So naturally, I've spent a lot of time entertaining myself. And what happens when you spend a lot of time with yourself is you also start to hyper-rely on yourself, sometimes in ways that feel almost unconscious. It's kind of a blessing and a curse. I mean, you learn to self-soothe and to look after yourself, but it can also make asking for help feel like failing. And what I've had to learn in recent years is that independence is so powerful, but real growth comes from learning to accept help. Today, the contrast that I grew up with shows up in everything that I am. It has shaped my personality, my tendencies, and the way that I move through the world. I am sensitive, as we know. I'm observant, and I am deeply empathetic. I can read a room, I can sense energy, I crave deep, solid connection. However, I also need quiet, and I need solitude, and I can be comfortable in noise, and I can be comfortable in silence. I'm so extroverted when inspired, but I'm so introverted when I'm overwhelmed. And contrast has also shaped my creativity. I'm drawn to beautiful pieces of writing, to art, to fashion, to color, anything that captures emotion, really. The push and pull between stillness and intensity, observation and imagination is the lens through which I live, work, and create. Growing up between spaces, between households, and between two completely different parents has taught me something that I didn't have the language for as a child. That when your world is constantly shifting, you learn to shift with it. Shifting becomes a survival skill, but it actually reveals itself as a superpower. It's the ability to belong in multiple worlds without losing yourself. And my life still shifts. Different homes, different energies, different people. But I've learned that I carry each place within me. The farm's calmness, Joburg's energy, they travel with me and they steady me. And I think everyone in this room feels duality. Everyone here has felt courage. Everyone's felt fear. We've all worried about the past and lingered on the past and worried about the future. And living amidst duality has shaped me into someone who can move through obstacles while holding space for myself and for others. So thank you, unraveled and blossomed. I truly am a museum of everything that I've ever loved. Duality has made me Georgina Jane Berend, and I'm so grateful for that. Thank you.
Wow, Georgie, truly the most beautiful soul inside and out. Thank you for being so vulnerable with us. Next up, we have Meg. And yes, her full name is Meg, not Megan, just Meg. And according to her, she is a spontaneous yes sayer with serious FOMO. And I have firsthand experience with that, and it's 100% true. I always look forward to getting a Guess where I am? Message on a Friday night. So give it up for Meg.
Realized were important until years later. Well, one of mine was in grade 4, my first day at a new school. I had just moved from Springfield, an all girls convent, to Llandudno Primary, a co ed school by the beach, where many of my friends didn't even know a school existed. But if that contrast wasn't big enough, Springfield had sports day on a field, and Llandudno had sports day on the beach. So there I was on day 1, walking into a new class trying to keep a low profile. But me, being my clumsy self, I introduced myself by snapping a ruler, loudly. This was not quite the entrance I imagined, but it was definitely memorable. Psychologists say that these awkward moments actually make us more relatable, which is probably why this very small moment ended up breaking the ice. Looking back at 22, I realized it wasn't about confidence at all. It was about being overwhelmed and new, but still curious enough to keep going. And honestly, curiosity has shaped the way I move through life far more than confidence ever has. When I moved schools again for high school, a much bigger school, I tried something different. Instead of waiting for others, I said hi first. This sounds small, but the simple step changed a lot. Simon Sinek explains that adults struggle to make friends because we all wait for someone else to make the first move. This is known as the initiation barrier, the fear of reaching out. Saying hi didn't suddenly make me confident, but it made me brave enough to try, and that was enough for people to meet me in the middle. That's when I understood connection isn't something you find, it's something you create. Saying yes. After matric, while most of my friends went to Stellenbosch, I went to Campus Key, alone. But that one decision led me to meet some of my nearest and dearest who are even sitting here today. Studies show that when you take that one small social risk, you're far more likely to take the next, because action builds momentum. And that's exactly what happened. And I think this is where my yes era really started. Yes to plans, yes to people, yes to the unknown, and yes to showing up even when I wasn't sure I wanted to. And the more I said yes, the more I noticed something behavioral psychology talks about. Confidence grows through behavior, not personality. There's a concept called behavioral activation. Taking action while you're scared teaches your brain that fear is not a sign to stop. When you take that step, your brain will catch up with you afterwards. And that became true in my life. Saying yes made my world bigger, and a bigger world made me more spontaneous. And that's where leaning in really started for me. Earlier this year, I signed up for my first half marathon. A week before, I almost pulled out, injured and convinced I was not ready. But another psychological idea helped me: self efficacy. The belief in your ability grows by doing, not by waiting until you feel ready. So I ran it, injured, but I ran it. Crossing that finish line proved more than physical endurance. It proved that I could trust myself. Trail runner Ryan Sands says mindset takes you further than perfect preparation ever will. And he's right. Your body can only carry you so far. It's the mindset and the mental strength that pushes you through all the hardest parts. Just 2 weeks ago, I entered a 14-kilometer trail run the day before. I didn't have much prep, but I did have the mindset this time. And somehow, that spontaneous yes and the belief that mindset matters more than the perfect conditions on the day got me through it. Another spontaneous yes was buying a festival ticket the day of. No plan, no prep, just following that yes. And to be fair, some of you sitting here today are dangerously good at convincing, which is probably how I ended up there in the first place. But that last minute yes ended up being one of my highlights. So I started to see a clear shift. I used to hold back. Now I lean in to people, opportunities, and moments that don't just wait for the perfect timing. The more I leaned in, the more capable I became. Because the more you do, the more you realize you can do. The fullness. People often joke about FOMO, but the psychology behind it is actually really human. FOMO is less about fear and more about belonging, wanting to experience life with others. And honestly, that feeling fueled a lot of my yeses. Not the pressure, just wanting to be in it, in the world, in the moment, and in the community. But the more I said hi and the more I said yes, something else happened. My world became full. Suddenly, I was studying full time, working two jobs, training, seeing friends, saying yes to spontaneous plans, and showing up for opportunities all at once. It was a lot, but it wasn't a bad thing. It was just full. Psychologists say growth expands your capacity, and that's exactly what happened. Life didn't get overwhelming because I said yes. It felt overwhelming because I was becoming someone who was capable of holding more. And that realization changed everything. So now I'm learning to breathe, not in a yoga way, but in a very real 22-year-old kind of way, choosing what truly matters. Because growing up isn't about just doing more, it's about deciding what is worth your energy. So, learning to breathe for me means pausing before I commit, choosing the yeses that resonate, making time for people and things that really matter, and reminding myself that balance doesn't just happen, it's something I have to practice. And I'm still figuring that out, and maybe that's exactly what your 20s are supposed to feel like. And if there's one thing I hope you could take from this today, is that confidence doesn't start with being bold, it starts with being curious. When you stay curious, you stay open, and that's where the growth really begins. So say hi, even if it feels awkward. Say yes, because action shapes who you become, and learn to breathe so you can grow without losing yourself. Your world doesn't open all at once. It opens one conversation, one decision, and one breath at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. That was amazing. Next up, we have Sino, one of the sweetest people in the world. Sino's interests explore the intersection of culture, emotion, and human behavior, and I'm very excited to hear her speech today. The paradox of choice within the complexities of modern dating. Wow, some big words. Let you sit with that for a bit. Sino, I think we're going to need you to explain this one.
Modern dating is the pits. I know you've heard that one before. Probably from a friend who's currently not dating right now because they're trying to protect their peace, but is also simultaneously in 3 talking stages and a situationship that they swear is just not that deep. As confusing as this sounds, this reflects the current dating landscape that we are currently in. In fact, dating has actually never been more accessible. We have apps, sliding into the DMs, Hinge, Tinder. We even have star sign compatibility tests. We're actually in an era right now where you can't even pass the first compatibility test unless you tell me what your star sign is. And if you say you're a Gemini, I'm already calling my therapist. What I'm trying to say is you could meet someone from across the world with just one swipe, but somehow it just feels harder than ever. We're the most self-aware generation in history. Other generations actually call us snowflakes because we know our attachment styles, our boundaries, our red flags, our triggers, our inner childhood wounds, and we're just so sensitive. On top of that, we're also checking boxes, setting high standards, and journaling, and this should make dating so much easier and so much more secure. But then why genuinely are we the loneliest generation? Because here's the central paradox. When you mix an abundance of choice with emotional self-protection, you don't actually get romance. You get a lot of confusion, burnouts, and avoidance, and you get people who want love, but actually also want escape routes. Today, we'll be looking inward and realizing that sometimes we are the obstacle, not because that there's something wrong with us, but because modern dating has become so complex and so layered with options and opinions that we've actually lost touch with what dating actually means. So, in a world where everything has changed and everything is so intertwined, we are left to wonder, what the heck does dating mean now? Not so long ago, dating had a pretty simple dating structure. You'd meet someone usually through family and friends within your community, you went on dates, you got to know each other, and then eventually you were just together with the mutual consensus of building a life together. Today, we need a board meeting. We need a soft launch and a hard launch strategy and a 3 month, what are we review. We have, we're just talking. We have situationships, which are, by the way, a fully blown relationship without the relationship. We have soft launching, showing a little bit of the elbow, a bit of the arm, the Instagram story. We have, I'm not ready for a relationship, but I don't want to lose you. And we have, I like you, but I'm scared. And we also have, I'm emotionally unavailable right now, but I might just be available on Thursday. Across the board and through observations, young people keep saying the exact same thing. They keep saying it's just so hard to see what people's intentions are nowadays. And we cannot deny the impact of technology in modern dating. This has completely rewritten the dating landscape as we know it. Dating apps seem to give us infinite options, which actually sounds great, but it ends up making us treat people as if they're disposable profiles. We end up swiping, matching, ghosting, and repeating that. People even talk for weeks and not even meet up in person. And then there's social media. And guys, we have to be honest, there are two sides to social media. The good side is that we are talking more openly about what healthy and honest relationships are looking like. We have a language for boundaries, attachment styles, emotional needs, and we are also sharing educational content, which is so important. We have better insights into how healthy relationships should actually look like. The complicated side, however, is that social media is also scripting us. It's telling us what love should look like. There are dating timelines and the perfect dates and aesthetics, and we end up comparing our relationships to the polished versions of others. There are also controversial conversations surrounding 50-50 splits, being a provider, and being a high value woman. So we judge what a partner posts or doesn't post. And speaking of posting, posting has now become a risk. People are now asking themselves, what will people think? Am I sharing too much? What if someone doesn't have good intentions when they see my story? What if this person is going to embarrass me? Many young people who are publicly cheated on and embarrassed and humiliated online are now becoming extremely cautious about what they post. And if anything, we're becoming more reluctant to post our romantic partners, and we're getting the ick when people post too much of theirs, which now poses the question, is having a boyfriend embarrassing now? This is a Vogue article written by Shantae Joseph, and it actually didn't go viral for no reason. Women now more than ever are questioning gender norms. Gender norms have actually also progressed. No one even knows now who's meant to lead, initiate, or plan things. In fact, we're actually just opting out of that conversation entirely. Many women feel now more fulfilled through their careers and through their friendships. So now when they feel so fulfilled in these other areas, they're left to wonder why they should commit when commitment just feels so risky. Beyond this, we are also romanticizing singlehood. We are in an era of solo dates, hyper independence, decentering in the soft life energy. But also, this is so important and so empowering as well, because it's so important to not center your life around relationships. And as much as it is okay to be okay within your own company, to what extent are we prioritizing individualism over connection? From this, we can see that hyper independence can become a shield. And this leads us to one of the biggest driving forces within modern dating called the paradox of choice. Psychologist Barry Schwartz famously showed that when people are offered too many options, they may be drawn to the idea of having so many choices, but they end up paralyzed. This was shown within the jam experiment, where supermarkets set up two tables, one table having 24 jams and the other table having 6 jams. More people were actually drawn to the table with 24 jams, but no one actually bought anything at the end of the day. And then with the 6 jam table, people actually made decisions. Dating works in the exact same way. When we're overwhelmed with potential partners and the fear of choosing wrong, this may mean that a lot of people just end up choosing no one at all. So instead, we fall into cycles of inconsistent investment and almost relationships. It seems like we really want connection, but we are exhausted by the process of trying to find it. Even in my own experiences and honestly the experiences of my friends, we have this ongoing tradition on our Finstas of giving the men in our lives code names. And these nicknames live on our Finstas like a private little database of chaos. So first we had Mr. Geography. And as you can tell by his name, he was a teacher, very sweet guy and very intentional. Always made the effort to call me. But then whenever he texted me, I was like, Aibu, what's with this grammar? You're a whole grade 7 teacher and you are struggling to construct a simple sentence. What's going on? So you had to go. And then there was Mr. Fitness, and this is one of my besties' favorites. He was a certified player. You could literally smell the ego before he even walked into the room. Spend more time taking photos of himself than even asking her any questions about herself, to be honest. But still, he was fun for a short time, not a long time though. And then there was Mr. Taurus, and now this one, guys, looked perfect on paper. My literal dream guy, in theory, reliable, dependable, took me out on dates, made me feel special, you name it, and all the things that I could check off of my list. But the attraction, zero. Every time you breathed, girl, I was like, I got the ick. It was just not making sense anymore, so he had to go. Oh, and we can't forget a man that you can probably guess from his star sign, Sag man. Fun, quirky, and hilarious, but truly just a one-hit wonder for the girls. Entered the chat, did a quick performance, and left. No sequel. And then my current favorite, Mr. Graphic Designer. I met this man and I immediately texted my friend and I said, girl, this man is cute. Crazy emotional connection and tension, consistent, bit nerdy and a bit awkward, but someone that I actually felt something real with. Probably the safest I've actually ever felt with a man. But also, months later, we still don't know where the heck this is going. I'm talking a lot about ambiguous relationships, but I'm quite literally the case study. What a weird space to be in, but somehow I'm still intrigued. We're so different and we come from different worlds. And if you had asked me at the beginning of the year when I was making this list, I would have said, no, I want someone exactly like me. But yet, the potential still feels worth exploring. But the truth is, not every person is meant to be your person. And it's okay to not have everyone there for a long season. But when I started reflecting on these Mr. characters within my circle, I also realized something deeper. It also wasn't just about them, it was also about the fear underneath, the fear of being vulnerable, the fear of choosing wrong, and the fear of actually being seen for who you are. And sometimes this fear shapes how our dating lives more than any red flag or any green flag ever could. And this is exactly why the film Materialist hit our generation so hard. It really became a cultural moment that reflected our actual dating psychology. This is where the main character was torn between an emotional connection with a man that didn't exactly fit her life and another man that checked all of her boxes and was the perfect guy, but she just could not fall in love with. And this also reflected the fear of constantly settling when you just feel like there just has to be something better out there. So no wonder we watched it and we said, no, this is literally my life. Which moves us to the next layer of chaos, which are situationships. Situationships have become the unofficial default setting of Gen Z dating. They feel safer because they actually have no responsibility at all, but the trade-off is actually emotional confusion. People will say, I'm not ready for a relationship, but I still want consistency. I don't want to commit, but I actually don't want you to see anyone else. And then here comes the real confusion. When it comes to birthdays, public holidays, and other events within the social calendar, you're left to wonder what's appropriate to do? What am I meant to say? What am I allowed to post? Am I even allowed to have any of these feelings at all? Research shows that ambiguous relationships produce a lot more anxiety and insecurity, a lot more overthinking as well, and disappointment within the long run. And because the expectations for this differ between genders, people end up entering these undefined spaces without any shared rules or boundaries at all. And if there's one thing this generation hates more than a dry text, it is embarrassment. So past relationship trauma doesn't just hurt us, it quite literally rewires our brain chemistry. If you're someone like myself, you become anxiously attached and overthink every shift in tone and every unanswered text. Others become avoidant and detached the moment that intimacy feels real. And most of us think that being self-aware is actually the same thing as being emotionally ready. But here's the truth. You can know your attachment styles and still avoid healing. You can know your triggers and still push people away. And you can even check boxes and still miss out on a genuine connection. When we put this all together, the choice overload, the emotional fear, avoidance, social media, and those damn situationships, it becomes clear why dating feels impossible, even way. We're not broken, guys. We are not bad at love. We are simply navigating a dating world that has changed so much faster than our emotional systems can actually adapt to. So after trashing modern dating so much, let's not miss this one point, is that young people still want connection. We are human after all. Beneath the layers of hyper-independence and dating profiles, there is still a deep need for community, to feel chosen, to feel safe, to be held. So whether you're in this generation or an older one, we can't deny that modern dating is complex. But complexity does not mean that connection is impossible. Profiles are scripted to perfection, and when you focus so much on checking boxes, you actually end up missing things. Real connection comes from the unfiltered and the unexpected moments. So the real question becomes, what does dating mean for you? Beyond social media standards, aesthetics, or validation? Because when you want to rewire dating for yourself, you have to look inward and never outward. Social media can definitely influence how we navigate relationships, but I want to urge people to use it as a tool rather than the blueprint. Discernment is absolutely essential. Knowing what to take in, what to let go of, and what truly aligns with who you are can truly change how you navigate the dating world. And if there's anything we've learned this year as Mac students, is that a good strategy does not come from ticking boxes. It comes from finding the things that you can't immediately see. And this is what makes every experience worth it. So I'll leave you with this. If connection is what we all want, what are you willing to unlearn to finally find it?
Wow, Sino,
Hello.
that was amazing. Wait for everyone to quiet down. Thank you, Sino. That was amazing. And yeah, as you said, what the heck? So next up we have Tom. Tom enjoys philosophy, politics, and long walks on the beach. So if you're ever having an existential crisis and need to go on a hardcore walk, Tom's the man you call. Give it up for Tom.
Thanks for that, Katie. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge something. The title you see, Media Spreads Narrative and Not the Truth, isn't quite right. Through my research, I realized this presentation needed a different focus. If I could change it now, I would call it Media Spreads Narratives That Influence You. Unfortunately, due to formalities, I thought it would be too late to change, so consider this my official amendment, because that's what we're really here to talk about, not whether the media lies, but how it shapes the way we think, often without us realizing it. So before I start, a bit about me. I'm a psychology graduate, and like everyone in this room, I have my own opinions and I have my own biases. And I think it's important to acknowledge this because being aware of your own bias is the first step to critical thinking. Sorry. At my previous university, I was constantly exposed to difficult conversations, the kind that could make some of us feel uncomfortable. And I noticed firsthand how often opinions forged through polarization could cause immense division between people you might otherwise find common ground. I actually love these types of discussions, not because I like conflict, but because they reveal something very important, how we form our beliefs, and more critically, how external to tell you what to think on any particular issue. Instead, I want to expose the mechanisms and psychological tactics that the media use to influence our thought patterns and make us feel certain ways about social issues, politics, and more. I want to show you how the media plays in our psychology, how it knows us intimately, knows what makes us tick, what makes us angry, and what makes us keep scrolling, and how it uses this knowledge to trap us in negative consumption loops. Because here's the thing, the media is not your friend. Friends don't manipulate how you think or act. Friends don't profit from your outrage. Critical thinking is a real friend. Media influence operates through four main mechanisms: echo chambers that reinforce what you already believe, intentional language use that frames stories in emotionally charged ways, favoritism in coverage that decides what's important, and the creation of opposing sides that force you into binary thinking. These four pillars don't work in isolation. They work together, reinforcing each other to achieve a common objective, capturing and holding your attention. So let's start with echo chambers. An echo chamber is when the media algorithms show you more of what you already believe, creating a feedback loop of confirmation. You engage with content that aligns with your views, the algorithm notices and shows you more. You engage more, you get more. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. This creates algorithm bubbles and sound wars where opposing views literally don't reach you, and your worldview becomes increasingly insulated. The dangerous part is that you think you're consuming the news, but you're actually consuming a curated version of reality designed to keep you engaged. Next is the fire hose effect, which is a constant information overload to make you feel confused. Let me give you a perfect example. Donald Trump. Say it real about him, but here's the king of the fire hose effect, constantly making statements, backtracking, denying, and just causing a swarm of chaos every time he speaks. Very recently, he threatened Democratic lawmakers, saying that they've committed seditious behavior punishable by death. Then he said he wasn't actually threatening them. Then his press secretary denied he said it completely. Then he said they're in serious trouble. But look at these headlines. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties here. Where's the mouse? Oh.
There you go. Rattled on the go. Okay.
Sorry about that. So look at these headlines. They're all covering the same events, but the sheer volume and contradiction creates information overload. And that's the point. When you're blasted with so much information, so many contradicting narratives, you can't keep up, become exhausted, disengage, or just worse. Or worse, you pick the version that feels right and you ignore everything else. Your critical thinking is overwhelmed, so you stop analyzing and start reacting emotionally. Now, let's talk about language. Look at these two headlines about the exact same event. Protesters disrupt peace, law enforcement on high alert. Community unites for justice, demonstrating cause for change. Same event, completely different narratives. One paints protesters as disruptive and threats, the other paints them as heroic change makers. The facts haven't changed, only the words. This is not accidental, this is intentional. Media outlets know that compelling language drives engagement. They engineer their word choices to make you feel a certain way before you've even processed the actual information. And once you feel strongly about something, you're less likely to think critically about it. Okay, so everyone told me I must avoid this next section. I was told I mustn't touch Israel-Palestine because it's too controversial. But I'm going to anyways because it serves as a good example of what I'm trying to talk about. I'm using this as a case study to demonstrate uneven media coverage of humanitarian crises and hopefully expose why that disparity exists. I'm going to show you 4 major crises happening around the world right now to highlight the coverage bias. I'm sure we all know about the Russia-Ukraine war. Although media coverage has died down, it isn't exactly in a much better situation. This war has caused over 500,000 deaths, displaced 11 million people. In 2022, the Western media produced 15,000 articles covering this, and in 2024, they only produced 3,000. The Sudan conflict, which has been in the news more recently, this has caused 150,000 deaths, displaced 8 million people, caused 8 million people to face famine. The UN has called this the world's largest humanitarian crisis, yet it only receives 5% of the media coverage Israel-Palestine receives. The media produced 1,200 articles in 2024. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this, but the CCP has been committing humanitarian violations against the Uyghurs and other Muslim ethnic groups in China. Between 1 and 3 million people have been put in Chinese rehabilitation camps. There's forced sterilization and family separation. The UN has declared this as crimes against humanity, yet there are only 800 articles about this in 2024. The Israel-Palestine conflict. This has been going on for more than 75 years. The recent escalation has caused 45 to 65,000 deaths. This displaced 2.3 million people, yet it received 25,000 articles in 2024. Have any of you seen recent coverage of these humanitarian conflicts? SWADA's recent Israel-Palestine escalations dominates our screen, while Sudan, a statistically larger humanitarian crisis, barely makes it. The answer is controversy. The media intentionally picks the most controversial stories to cover because controversy drives attention and attention drives revenue. But there's more to it. Israel-Palestine is controversial specifically because it has two massive opposing groups of people who are emotionally invested in each side. This creates movements, protests, counter-protests. Each movement generates more conflict to cover, which creates more controversy that fuels more movements. It's another self-perpetuating cycle. The results, creating two extremely polarized groups of people who see this as binary, good versus evil. And this brings us to the core problem. We're pushed into these hero versus villain narratives, the echo chambers, the loaded language, the favoritism. They all work together to create opposing sides. Suddenly, complex global issues become our picking sides. We feel pressure to pick a team, either with us or against us, and nuance dies. So let me leave you with some questions and food for thought. Why do we pick sides? Because we genuinely feel so strongly, or is it because we've been unconsciously pushed into these positions by the mechanisms I've spoken about? Human beings are complex. We shape by our lived experiences, our cultures, our religions, our relationships. We're far too nuanced to be reduced to binary choices, left or right, hero or villain, with us or against us. Yet we're constantly being asked to choose, to simplify, to fit into neat little categories that make for better headlines and cleaner narratives. And even if we do pick sides, we're only human. Does someone having different opinions and worldviews make them a bad person? Obviously, there are some exceptions, but generally, most people aren't evil. We're just different. They process information differently, and we've lived different lives. But the media benefits when you see each other as enemies. When you're divided, we're engaged, we're clicking, we're sharing, we're arguing in comment sections, and we're consuming. So what's the solution? We need to take our individualism back. We need to become free thinkers again. We need to become people who can have complex, controversial conversations without becoming defensive. And we need to break free from these polarizing narratives and recognize the media isn't trying to inform us, it's trying to influence us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. That was very thought-provoking. Next up, we have someone who needs no introduction, our little bundle of energy, Ashley. Since the beginning of the year, Ashley has always brought the most energy and overall good vibes to the class. Today, she'll be exploring the meeting point between modern medicine and holistic healing, and I hope all of you are ready to take down some notes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so straight into it. I have a question for thought for the audience. When was the last time you questioned your doctor? I don't mean in a rude conspiracy theory kind of way. I mean genuinely asked, why this drug? What are the side effects? What are the other options? What does the research actually say? And if you're like the most of us, the answer is probably never, and that's okay, I get it. We're taught to trust the system, to believe that the person in the white coat has our best interest at heart. And most of the time, they really do. But here's the uncomfortable truth. The system they're working within, that's a different story. Today, I want to talk about something that affects every single one of us, our body, our health, our choices. I'm going to challenge some deeply held beliefs and shine a light on an industry that operates in the shadows. And hopefully, by the end of this talk, empower you to take control of your own wellness journey. Because here's the thing. Your health is not a prescription, it's a conversation, and it's time you all joined it. Let me start by emphasizing I am not anti-medicine. I'm not here to tell you to throw your prescriptions away and live off kale smoothies. I actually couldn't think of anything worse. Pharmaceuticals have saved countless lives. Chemotherapy, antibiotics, life-saving surgeries, these are all miracles of modern science, and we should be grateful for them. But I am here to ask, what if we've been sold an incomplete story?
My journey into this topic started in a pretty personal place. I've always been someone who cares deeply about what I put on and in my body. Your skin is your largest organ. It absorbs everything. And what you eat, that's literally building your brain, fueling your cells, shaping your mood, your energy, your resilience. So when I started digging into the ingredients in my skincare and my food and my everyday products, bamboozled, you guys. The chemicals I couldn't pronounce, marketing buzzwords that sounded scientific and meant nothing. And, marketing buzzwords that sounded and meant nothing. And the more I researched, the more I realized this isn't just about beauty products. It's about an entire system that profits off keeping us uninformed, dependent, or worse, sick. So let's talk about the pharmaceutical industry. And before you think I'm going full tinfoil hat here, let me just give you some facts. And yes, I had to do extensive research for this. Over 70% of clinical drug trials are funded by the companies that make the drug. Think about that. They design the study, they select what outcomes to measure, they fund the research team, they own the data. If the results don't look good, they bury the trial. You'll never see the failed studies, only the breakthrough results that make it to the press. That's not science. That's marketing in a lab coat. And here's a fun trick they use. Let's say a drug reduces the risk of heart attack from 2% to 1%, and it sounds modest, right? But they'll publish that as a 50% risk reduction. It sounds amazing now, but in real numbers, that only helps 1 out of 100 people. And the other 99 might be dealing with side effects for nothing. They play with relative risk and not absolute benefit. And most doctors, unfortunately, don't have the time to sit and dig through the stats. They read the abstract put on their desk, see 50% reduction, and that's usually the end of it. Now multiply that by hundreds of drugs and millions of prescriptions. That's how the machine keeps running. But it gets deeper. Do you know that 60% of biomedical research in the US is privately funded and mostly by pharmaceutical companies? That 2/3 of academic institutions have financial ties to outside sponsors, that finding a senior medical researcher without ties to big pharma is nearly impossible. Pharmaceutical companies sponsor medical conferences, they pay for speaker, they fund medical schools, they write the continuing education courses doctors need to stay licensed. The people teaching your doctor about new treatments are paid by the companies selling the treatment. And no, the free pens and pizza aren't the problem. The problem is that the entire ecosystem is soaked in influence. Let me give you some real examples. Vioxx, marketed as a safer anti-inflam. Turned out it increased risk of heart attack and tens of thousands of people died. Antidepressants, well-published data shows benefits. Internal company data shows results barely better than placebo for mild to moderate depression. Yet these ones specifically are prescribed more than ever. And let's not forget the opioid crisis. Purdue Pharma pushed OxyContin as a non-addictive pain medication. They funded fake studies and pushed a national narrative and got millions addicted. And not just to the prescription opioids, but many transitioned to heroin and fentanyl, and they couldn't get said prescriptions anymore. These aren't rare flukes. This is the business model. And it's not just the pharmaceuticals. The beauty and wellness industries are just as guilty. You've probably seen terms like medical grade and clinically proven and detoxifying and our favorite dermatologist tested, and it sounds scientific, right? But what do they actually mean? Oftentimes, absolutely nothing. Take medical grade skincare. There is no regulated definition for that term. It is marketing fluff designed to make you feel like you're buying into something special. Clinically proven? By whom? Under what conditions? With how many participants? Was it an independent study or funded by the company selling the product? The beauty brand The Ordinary recently launched a campaign called The Periodic Fable to call out this exact problem. They created a fake periodic table with 49 elements with zero science. Buzzwords like poreless, eternal youth, and fat freezing to show how marketing jargon misleads consumers into buying dreams instead of results. We've replaced chefs in the kitchen with scientists in the lab, and many of those scientists funded by tobacco companies that pivoted into food production using the same addictive strategies they perfected for cigarettes. So where does that leave us? If we can't trust the system, who can we trust? And here's the good news. Nature has been healing us for thousands of years, and modern science is finally catching up. Let me introduce you some natural powerhouses, some of which you are probably familiar, backed by real clinical evidence. Turmeric, a potent anti-inflammatory that rivals NSAIDs for joint pain, good for arthritis, supports brain health. Garlic, nicknamed Russian penicillin during World War II, a powerful antibacterial that supports cardiovascular health, a prebiotic that feeds the good bacteria in your gut. Ginger, we all know ginger, anti-inflammatory, aids digestion, relieves nausea, relieves flu. The list goes on for ginger, actually. Echinacea, boosts immune function, reduces duration of colds, used for thousands of years, now validated by clinical trials. And here's the kicker. Many modern drugs are derived from plants. Aspirin comes from willow bark, morphine from poppies, digoxin, heart medication from foxglove, paclitaxel from Pacific yew tree bark. This drug is used to help in chemotherapy to treat ovarian, lung, and breast cancer. Plants naturally produce bioactive compounds that reduce inflammation, fight bacteria, support digestion, regulate your hormones. The difference, they do it at a lower cost, with fewer side effects, and a holistic approach that treats the whole body and not just one symptom. Let's talk about something that doesn't get enough spotlight, and I appreciate you guys that have touched on this. Your gut. Your digestive system is home to trillions of microbes, your microbiome. We have more bacterial cells in our body than we do human cells. We are literally walking bacteria. Your gut makes intelligent decisions as food travels through 6 meters of small intestine and nearly 2 meters of large intestine. It's packed with sensors, picking up chemical cues, regulating your immune system, producing hormones, even influencing your mood and brain function. Most inflammation problems, they start in the gut. And what's one of the biggest threats to gut health? Antibiotics. Again, don't get me wrong, antibiotics are great, they save lives, they're amazing, but they're overprescribed. And often for viral infections where they do absolutely nothing. Every time you take antibiotics, you reduce the biodiversity in your gut, making yourself more susceptible to disease. The World Health Organization calls antimicrobial resistance one of the top global health threats. Deaths from drug-resistant infections are set to skyrocket. So what can you do? It's going to sound so lame, but eat the rainbow. Literally, the more colors on your plate, the more polyphenols you're getting. Compounds that directly feed the good bacteria in your gut. They support brain health. They support your blood vessels. Choose probiotics like yogurt, kimchi, kefir, prebiotics like fiber-rich root vegetables. And when you do need antibiotics, take them by all means, but take them carefully and support your gut with natural remedies. Something that I also found very interesting, inflammation is not the enemy it is made out to be. It is a defense mechanism. When you have joint pain, that's inflammation, that's inflammation bringing blood and immune cells to repair damage. Suppressing it with ibuprofen doesn't fix the problem, it just silences the alarm. Instead, you should be asking, why is there inflammation? What is causing this metabolic strain? Natural anti-inflammatories like turmeric, ginger, cayenne pepper, omega-3s, these all address the root cause and not just one symptom. Your body is so much smarter than you think. So what is the key takeaway from this information that I just dumped on all of you? Firstly, I want you to question everything. Don't blindly trust a prescription just because it was handed to you. Ask about the side effects. Ask about alternatives. Ask what the absolute risk reduction is, not just the relative one. Secondly, educate yourself. Not everything on Google is true, but peer-reviewed studies, independent research, and credible sources exist. Seek them out. And thirdly, experiment. Everyone's body is different. What works for me, it might not work for you. That's a given. Try eliminating certain foods. Add in natural remedies. Track how you feel. You are your own best scientist. Fourth, invest in your health. Not just with money, but with time, attention, and intention. Your skin, your gut, your brain, they're all connected. Invest in them. And lastly, demand transparency from your doctor, from the pharmaceutical company, from the wellness brands that you buy from. If they can't explain it simply, they probably don't understand. Or they're hiding something. I don't know. Look, I am not saying pharmaceuticals are evil. I am not saying you should never take medication and that you can't trust your childhood doctor. But what I am saying is this. Your health is not a one-size-fits-all prescription. It's a conversation, a partnership, and you deserve to be an informed participant in that conversation. The pharmaceutical industry has one goal: sell more drugs. That's fine. They're a business. But your goal should be different. Your goal should be to live a long, vibrant, pain-free life. And sometimes that means looking beyond the pill bottle. Nature has been healing us for millennia, and science is finally validating what ancient wisdoms always knew, and the power to choose is yours. So the next time you're faced with a health decision, I want you to pause, question, maybe research, and remember, you are not powerless. You are not a passive patient. You are an empowered, educated, capable human being. Own your health. That, my lovely friends, is where the real healing begins. Thank you very much.
Wow, guys, that was amazing. All of you. We laughed, we cried, we blocked our situationships for a little bit, maybe. But yeah, that's all done with session 6. Can we give them another round of applause, please? Okay, guys, 3/4 of the way. So you can take a little break now, go get some coffee, have a snack, and then be back here at 1. Thank you.
Hold it down.
Okay, if we can all take our seats. James? Okay, welcome back. We are at our session 7. I'm really excited for this session. We've got some great speakers. But if you weren't here before, I just want to give some little house rules. Please turn your phones on silent. We don't want to be disturbing our speakers. And then also please refrain from leaving the auditorium while they are speaking. If you do really need to go to the bathroom, you can leave while I'm speaking. Yeah, I'm just super excited to hear what you guys have to say. So to kick us off with our first session, we have Simon. So Simon, according to Simon, he spends most of his time on the river in Limpopo, probably talking to giraffes, which will explain his riz with the ladies. Um, all jokes aside, Simon is one of the sweetest and quirkiest guys in our class, and I'm really excited to hear what he has to say today. So can we please give a warm welcome to Simon?
Cool. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. So I am speaking about a topic that I think we all hold pretty close to our hearts, the African bush, and specifically a call to action for conservation. So you usually, if you can't find me, chances are I am on the banks of the river with my binoculars in hand, scouring for some animals. But today, my perspective has changed. We tend to think of conservation as sentimental, about loving animals or the beauty of the bush. But the reality my research has revealed is far more urgent. Conservation in Africa today is no longer about animals. It's about humanitarian and economic survival. So let's talk about protection is survival. Across the continent, we are seeing evidence that intact nature, functioning biodiversity, is the only mechanism left that can regulate our climate. When that system breaks, people suffer first. The message of this presentation is simple. If Africa does not protect the natural systems that protect it, we will not withstand the climate shocks already underway. So static systems versus climate change. My research shows that our conservation and climate systems are colliding. We are facing 3 connected problems. Climate change is intensifying, droughts and heat waves. Static conservation is where we have drawn fixed borders and fences around nature, preventing traditional migration. And systems collapse. This will happen once ecosystems are degraded and communities lose their natural buffers. The result is a continent where nature can no longer do its job. So I have found 4 major insights throughout my research, starting with the anchor area strategy. That will be insight number 1. We have a strategy which just serves a foundation for a wider network of connected habitats and conservation efforts. These areas are critical to conserving globally significant biodiversity and ecosystem services. These areas cover just 15% of our continent, yet they hold 85% of our distinct ecoregions. If we can secure just this 15%, we secure climate resilience for the whole landscape. But the reality is that only 40% of these regions are adequately resourced. We are leaving the door open. Onto my second insight. Fences turn drought into conflict. Look at Zimbabwe and Namibia. In late 2023, Hwange National Park saw elephants die of thirst. In 2024, both countries had to cull hundreds of animals, elephants, hippos, zebras. Why? because fences blocked the historical migration routes. Trapped in static reserves during droughts, animals are forced into human settlements. The conflict we see isn't rogue animals. It is a system failure caused by fences, caused by us. On to my third insight, biodiversity is a climate infrastructure. Nature is a machine. It only works if the parts are there. Take the Congo Basin. It relies on the African forest elephant to thin trees and disperse seeds. Without the elephant, the forest's ability to absorb carbon collapses. When we lose the animal, we lose the climate regulation. And my last insight is probably the most important and is the restoration trap. We cannot restore fast enough. Look at Malawi. The destruction of the Miombo forest, the Miombo woodlands, meant that there was no natural sponge to hold water during extreme rains. The result? Floods that displaced over 150,000 people. Prevention is our only immediate defense. So let's have a look at the balance sheets. Africa holds 65% of arable land across the globe. We hold 30% of the mineral reserves. We hold 83% of chromium and platinum, and around roughly 60% of the gold. Other facts are 8% of the world's natural gas, 12% of the world's oil reserves, and 10% of the world's fresh water. Can anyone guess a monetary value of how much resources in mining, logging, and wildlife Africa loses a year? Hands, please. Okay, well, we lose $195 billion through illegal mining, logging, and wildlife trade. 70% of sub-Saharan Africans rely on forests for their livelihood. When we allow these assets to be stripped, we are not just losing nature, we are bankrupting our future economies. So the map crisis, this is not happening in isolation. It is a siege. So look at the map. We've got, let's start with Gabon on the left there, experiencing biodiversity loss and climate function failure, home to the Lopi National Park, where African forest elephants have seen an 11% decline in physical conditions since 2008. Looking at the Congo, they are experiencing a carbon cycle dependency. Mentioned as home to the African forest elephant and the Congo Basin forests, these elephants shape the undergrowth and disperse the seeds to properly sequester carbon. Sorry. Looking at Kenya, the human-wildlife conflict has become more out of hand and animals are being killed. For example, 6 lions were killed for eating livestock. The lions had strayed from the national park due to drought, and the local Maasai herder felt the compensation offered for his goats was insufficient, serving as a primary example of how drought forces predators into human settlements, leading to wildlife-human conflict. Looking at Malawi, climate disasters and loss of natural buffers, extreme rainfall led to coal production. This event displaced, as I mentioned earlier, 150,000 people. And the list does go on. So we are on the right path, but not quite there yet. The black rhino has grown from a population of 2,500 in 1990 to about 5,750 to date. This is a massive victory, but one that requires expensive militarized protection. Kenya's beehive fences is a brilliant innovation where elephants avoid farms because of bees, reducing conflict without killing. We know what to do. The challenge is we are just not doing it big enough or fast enough. So the future lies within the African economy. African solutions for African problems. We are seeing organization turn waste into wealth and conservation into economic development. Firstly, we have bush bottles, which a lot of you know I'm a proud ambassador for. They remove plastic from the African bush. Their mission is to accelerate into a circular economy. For every product they sell, this allows them to remove 5 kgs of plastic, which is the equivalent of 500 plastic bottles. So that one bottle that I purchased, which is around about 800 Rand, removes 5 kgs from the bush. Then we have Akashinga, a really cool organization. They empower previously disadvantaged women to actively safeguard Africa's wildlife across Botswana and Limpopo. Akashinga currently supports and trains more than 1,000 women, equipping them with skills, resources, and opportunities needed to protect their land, support their families, and conserve their surrounding landscapes. The involvement not only provides a sustainable means for these women to provide for their households, but also formally acknowledges and honors the critical role they play in defending and preserving Africa's wildlife. Through their efforts, vulnerable landscapes are restored, strengthened, and continuously protected for future generations. Looking at Cubic, an organization transforming plastic waste into low carbon building materials. Cubic is driven by an unwavering mission to build dignity through clean, safe, and affordable living for all. In a world where the construction industry is responsible for approximately 40% of global CO2 emissions, Cubic is actively rewriting this narrative through innovative technology and sustainable design. So what is the action plan? The research is clear. We do not need to try and fix everything at once. We need to be strategic. We must channel our resources, financial, political, operational.
Okay, it is working. So can we all quiet? Okay. Okay, up next, last but definitely not the least, is our very own influencer of our class, Megan. Megan has had way too much influence over me this year. She almost convinced me to start my own podcast. And I don't mean, oh, cute idea. I mean, I literally bought microphones of Take a Lot. So she has taught me elite angles for vlogs and Insta-worthy pictures. And she really does embody balancing studying content creation and being absolutely unhinged in the most hilarious way possible. So please can you give a warm welcome to Megan.
Hey guys.
Okay, so hi everyone. I am Megan Malcolm. I'm a full-time daughter, full-time student, and somehow a part-time content creator who feels like she's working full-time hours. So you're probably wondering, what exactly is a content creator and why don't I call myself an influencer? It's a question I get a lot, and it's worth explaining because even though they look quite similar, they're actually very different. An influencer is someone who affects people's choices, what they buy, and what they do. They encourage their audience to try certain products, follow a certain lifestyle, and make choices based on what the influencer promotes. Ultimately, their main goal is to influence people's decisions. Whereas a content creator, on the other hand, is someone who creates original content, either through videos, posts, stories, and they do this for the sake of storytelling, expression, and connection. It's less about selling and more about showing up authentically. And today, I want to give you a little sneak peek behind the screen into what it really means to be a content creator. Because honestly, it's not just about posting pretty pictures and videos, it's living 5 lives at the same time. Each one comes with its own wins, its own challenges, and its own chaos people never see. There's so much happening behind the scenes, and I want to show you what that really looks like for me. The 5 lives of being a content creator. Life 1, the creative thinker. This is the part of you that wakes up at 2 a.m. with an idea. She's excited, she's inspired, maybe a little crazy, but in the best way. She asks questions, can I do this? Is this idea even good? But the truth is, inspiration comes, doesn't always show up. Some days you're filled with ideas, and other days there's literally nothing going on. This life is important because every post starts with her imagination. Without her, there's no spark, there's no creativity, and ultimately, there's no story to tell. Life 2, the strategist. This life is the most stressed, but also the most important. She's thinking about posting schedules, brand deadlines, trends, analytics, and how you're going to fit all of this into one day. She keeps you organized and makes sure you don't disappear for 3 weeks, which unfortunately has happened to me before. However, she teaches you that showing up isn't about being perfect. It's about being consistent. She takes your creative idea and actually turns it into a plan. Without her, all your ideas would just stay in your notes app. Life 3, the performer. This is the part of you that smiles at the camera when you don't feel like it. She says, "Hey guys," over and over again. She forgets her lines, films retakes, and she makes it look effortless and so easy. She brings the energy, the personality, and the confidence. But the performer can be tiring because you have to show your voice and your mood, even on the days you don't want to. This life is the real reason why people feel connected to you. To remind you that you don't have to be perfect, but you just have to be real. Life 4, the editor. This life is tired, but she's a perfectionist in a good way. She spends hours trimming clips, fixing the lighting, adjusting the sound, and making sure everything looks clean and smooth. People see the final video, but they never see the hours she puts behind the scenes. She shows you that good content takes time. It's not luck, it's hours of effort, tiny adjustments, and the small details you put into every frame. She's the life that turns messy footage into a beautiful final product. Life 5, the problem solver. This life appears the moment something goes wrong. And trust me, something always goes wrong. Your phone runs out of storage, your battery dies, the Wi-Fi stops working, the audio disappears, a brand changes the brief the last minute, and best believe I have experienced that. And sometimes the algorithm just doesn't like you. But she stays calm. She fixes things, she tries again, and she keeps it moving. This life teaches resilience, that even when things fall apart, you can still figure it out and still keep going. Looking at all these 5 lives, the overall life lesson here is that in the end, all these 5 lives teach you one truth. Being a content creator isn't about having everything sorted out. It's about learning to move through creativity, discipline, and vulnerability. Every version of you plays a different role, but they're all trying to do the same thing. Keep going, keep showing, and create something that feels true to who you are. Even though these 5 lives can be exhausting, creators keep showing up. And it's not just for the likes, the comments, and the views, it's the passion that goes behind it. It's that thrill of creating something meaningful, telling a story, and just seeing someone smile because of your work. Even when one life is completely drained, another life picks up the momentum. The creative thinker sparks an idea, the planner schedules it, the performer delivers it, and the editor polishes it, and the problem solver ensures it goes live. It's all teamwork inside your own little head. Being a content creator means constantly juggling a lot of things at the exact same time. You're juggling your time, your energy, your schoolwork, your family, and the pressure to keep posting. Look at me. I'm a full-time daughter and a full-time student. And on top of that, trying to grow as a content creator on the days when there just aren't enough hours in a day. Some days you feel like you're in control, like you've got everything. And other days it feels like everything is way too much. But these 5 lives teach you something important. You don't need perfect balance. You just need real balance. The real balance that means doing your best, showing up when you can, and resting when you need to, and not being hard on yourself when things get messy. And that's still something I struggle to till this day. So if you're a content creator or want to become one, remember this. Living 5 lives at once is not easy. It's messy, it's tiring, and it doesn't always look perfect, but it's meaningful and so rewarding. Every post, every story, every video is you constantly showing up, even on the days when it's not easy. People might not see the final product, but behind it are all 5 versions of you working together to bring an idea to life. And if you ever see content that makes you smile, laugh, or feel something, show it some love. A like, a comment, a share. It may seem small to you, but to a creator, it keeps all of our 5 lives going. Because in the end, content isn't just about posting, it's about connection. And you, the audience, are part of the story too. So if this talk doesn't go viral, I blame the algorithm. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. That was lovely. I'm definitely going to reconsider starting my podcast. Um, okay, that brings us to the end of the session. You guys will have a little break and then we'll come back for the last session of the day. Yeah, thank you to all of you lovely speakers.
It's just one more.
Wednesday, my food. Hello, Craig.
Good evening. That meant stop talking. Welcome to the final session of math. We've had 2 days of insightful, meaningful, and great talks, and we are now saving the best till last. So, the first speaker I had the pleasure of working with during the challenge, and let's just say I've never met someone that pours so much raw emotion into their work. She will now unpack why sports remains the most powerful tool for personal growth. Join me in welcoming Amber to the stage.
The lessons that outlast the course. Did you know that nearly 70% of CEOs once played competitive sports? Studies show the majority of top business leaders, people running some of the world's biggest organizations, either played or still play sports at a serious level. But here's the real question. Why? Why are some of the world's strongest leaders shaped not in boardrooms, but on court, on field, and on track? Is it the trophies, the competition, the glory, or is it something deeper? Because when you strip away the scoreboard, sport becomes one of the most powerful classrooms to life. A place where you learn who you are long before you learn what you want to be. And that's what I want to explore today. 3 lessons sport has taught me about living well, leading well, and becoming someone others can rely on. As we take you through these lessons, I want to listen with your own experiences. A coach you once had, a team you played on, a moment you failed, or maybe a moment where someone believed in you a little more than you believe in yourself. Lesson 1. You can't win alone. Teamwork always wins together. I grew up in a small school in the Free State, where everyone played every sport. Hockey, tennis, netball, athletics. If you could run, catch, or just stand in the sun long enough without complaining, you were on a team. And because you're always part of a team, you learn something really early. Sports is about people. It teaches you how to communicate under pressure, how to recover from mistakes together, and how to celebrate someone else's wins, even when you play poorly. Let me ask you something. When was the last time you genuinely celebrated someone else's success without comparing to your own? That's when sports earliest lessons. And we see this on the world stage too. Take Stuart Pearson, arguably one of the most inspiring captains in modern rugby. He played his 100th Test match against France. This moment should have been about him. A century of commitment, a national hero, a personal milestone. But when his teammate received a red card, the coach had to make a brutal tactical decision. Take Pearson off at halftime. He wasn't injured, he wasn't underperforming, he was simply the sacrifice the team needed. And Pearson accepted it. No ego, no anger, just simply, I took one for the team. That moment, the willingness to give up personal victory for collective success, is the purest form of teamwork. But teamwork isn't just for elite athletes. You learn it in tiny everyday moments. Passing instead of taking the glory shot, encouraging the teammates you miss, showing up for early games because the team is counting on you, or being benched, yet still cheering louder than anyone else. Research found that teenagers in team sports show 25% higher social connectedness and stronger empathy than those who only play individually. Because in sports, as in life, success tastes better when it's shared. Lesson 2. Success isn't about being inspired, it's about being consistent. As I got older, I moved into more individual sports like tennis and running. And suddenly, the challenge changed. There was no team to depend on, no one to hide behind, and no coach watching every move. Just you, a quiet warning, and a choice to show up. Tell me if this sounds familiar. You set a goal, let's say gym or studying, and for the first week, you're on fire. Then make 2 hits, and suddenly, the motivation disappears. That's the thing. Motivation is loud, but discipline is quiet. Psychologist Angela Duckworth calls this grit, the ability to stick with something long after the excitement has faded. And you learn this deeply through sport. The 6 a.m. winter practices, running when your body is begging you to stop, doing the same drill so many times it becomes muscle memory, or competing on days when you don't feel confident at all. We love to believe success is about talent, but sport teaches you something uncomfortable and freeing. You don't rise to the level of your motivation, you fall to the level of your habits. And in every area of life, studying, career, relationships, health, it's boring, unglamorous consistency that wins. So let me ask you this. Where in your life do you need more? Do you need less inspiration and more repetition? Lesson 3. Growth means passing it on. Success multiplies when you invest in others. Today, I coach netball for 10 to 12-year-olds. And let me tell you, nothing humbles you faster than explaining the same drill 12 times and watching a child still run in the wrong direction. But coaching has taught me my most profound lesson. You realize very quickly that it's not about your wins anymore, it's about theirs. You start to notice the small wins. Like she always stood in the back, but now she puts her hand up. She was a shy player who now calls for the ball. And she gets one clean pass and her whole face lights up. Research shows a child's motivation is 3 times more influenced by their coach's encouragement than by winning. 3 times. That means what we say, how we say it, and the belief we offer matters more than any scoreboard. And when you coach, you'll see something beautiful happen. You become the mentor you once needed. You say the words you wish someone said to you. You create the environment you once craved. And you give someone else the confidence you had to build the hard way. Because here's the truth. You haven't really learned a lesson until you've taught it to someone else. If you look at people who lead with purpose, in businesses, in families, in communities, you'll find many who once stood on a court or a field. Not because sport made them athletes, but because sport made them aware. Aware that you can't win alone. Aware that discipline matters more than excitement. And aware that confidence grows fastest when it's shared. And yes, CFPC showed us the ultimate sacrifice. But every one of us has had a PC moment. A time when we had to choose between our ego and our team, between comfort and consistency, and between achievement and mentorship. Those moments shape us far beyond the final whistle. Because the real lessons of sport, the ones that outlast the court, are the lessons that build better teams, better leaders, and better human beings. In the end, sport doesn't just teach us how to play, it teaches us how to live.
Yeah, strong opening. That was incredible. As an athlete, I feel like I can relate. But this next speaker is possibly the most organized person I've ever met, but there is nothing organized about the way she parks. Slowly watching the curb outside uni transform as her rims has claimed more and more of the concrete. Let me introduce our next speaker and a danger on the roads, Gemma.
Thanks for that, James. That really helps my argument about being a good driver. Um, Albert Einstein, Greta Thunberg, Bill Gates, Henry Ford, Sir Isaac Newton, Thomas Edison. What do these people all have in common? Intelligence, creativity, success? Maybe, but here's the real answer. Every single one of these people are neurodivergent. Yes, these extraordinary minds don't operate the way we're told is normal. And maybe that difference isn't the problem at all. Maybe it's the reason for their greatness. Hi everyone, I'm Gemma, and today I'm presenting to you Rethinking Normal, why neurodiversity isn't a problem to solve. Neurodiversity is the understanding that ADHD, autism, dyslexia, and other differences are they're simply different ways of being human. Most people see neurodivergence as a flaw, a handicap, rather than what it really is, just another way a brain can work. Neurodiversity brings with it unique skills and perspectives, like the way someone on the autism spectrum might excel at spotting patterns and details others miss, or how someone with ADHD can fuel projects with unmatched imagination and energy. In fields like engineering, we're starting to see just how powerful these differences can be for creativity and problem solving. But the real opportunity isn't just to accommodate these different learners, it's to equip every person to harness their strengths and use them to shape the future. Neurodiversity is often misunderstood. Let me give you two examples. First, many people think neurodiversity is a mental illness. It's not. Neurodiversity is simply the natural way some brains work differently. Autism, ADHD, dyslexia, these aren't diseases, they're just different ways of thinking. Mental health conditions like depression or anxiety are a separate issue entirely. And yes, a neurodivergent person can also face these mental health challenges, but the two are not the same. Second, some people see neurodiversity as a new trend. It isn't. Neurodiverse people always have existed. You saw a few examples from the start. History is full of minds that work differently, shaping art, science, and society in ways that we still benefit from today. What's new is how we're starting to see these differences, not as problems to fix, but as strengths to celebrate. For far too long, neurodivergent people have been seen as different, but in a negative way. I mean, just the other day, Trump made an address about autism, and I quote, he called it the autism epidemic. It's time to change that narrative. It's time to start celebrating those differences for what they really are, the things that make the world more interesting, more creative, and more human. Because honestly, if everyone thought the same way, if the world were full of only neurotypical minds, it would be pretty boring, don't you think? And maybe I'm biased, I do have ADHD after all. So let me take you through my story. I was diagnosed with ADHD and auditory processing disorder when I was 10 years old. At the time, I didn't really understand what that meant, but my teachers sure had their opinions. In reports, they would say I was always distracted, daydreaming, working too slowly. Basically, never quite there. So I was sent to remedial classes. There, I would practice listening comprehensions, spelling, reading over and over again. It felt like I was being trained to fix my brain. When I got to high school, it didn't exactly get easier. While everyone else went home, I had to walk all the way down to the junior school for remedial lessons. I can still remember how that felt, walking past everyone, pretending not to care, but inside feeling humiliated. So the shame started early. I learned to believe that something was wrong with me. Academically, I never really shone. Let's just say getting 40% for Afrikaans was not exactly a bragging point, but it wasn't just schoolwork I struggled with. It was people. Friendships never seemed to stick. I'd be terrified to reach out and try to make plans because I thought if they wanted me to be there, they would have invited me in the first place. I felt invisible and completely alone. Let's just say leaving school didn't exactly solve anything. When I moved to Cape Town, I thought things would finally change. New city, new start, right? But instead, I found myself living alone in this tiny studio apartment with no friends and way too much time to spend. That year, honestly, was the hardest year of my life. I was failing university, barely completing my projects, and every night I could hear people laughing and talking in the hallway. People my age, making friends, going out, living that university life that everyone always says would be the best years of your life. And I just couldn't seem to be a part of it. Every time I tried to join in, I felt awkward, out of place, like everyone else had the rule book to social life, and I must have missed that lesson. So I stopped trying. These are my amazing cousins, by the way, that were always there for me through that year. I fell into a darkness I'd never known before. My anxiety grew louder, my confidence disappeared, and that old familiar feeling, shame, it came right back. Shame that I wasn't like everyone else. Shame that I wasn't doing university right. And the worst part was I started to believe that maybe I just wasn't enough. The next few years were a bit of a roller coaster, ups and downs, highs and lows. I moved to Stellenbosch and ended up living with an old friend, which honestly helped bring my life back. For the first time in a long time, I felt a little less alone. I even got a boyfriend, finally. Shout out Alex. I started making new friends, laughing again, actually enjoying life.
But still, there was this quiet voice in the back of my mind saying, "You're not like everyone else." Fast forward to this year, I decided to study at Red and Yellow. And let me tell you, I was terrified. I didn't think I was capable, but something in me said, just try. And from day one, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: belonging. I could actually be myself, weird quirks, fast talking brain, daydreaming, and all, and not feel judged for it. This year, something amazing happened. I found my passion: marketing. For once, I wasn't just passing my classes, I was thriving. And even more shocking, I was enjoying the work. For the first time, I felt like I'd found where I was meant to be. Then, just when I thought I'd figured myself out, my doctor threw a bit of a curveball. She, she suggested I see a neuropsychologist because she believes I might be on the autism spectrum. And honestly, I wasn't even surprised. My mom, on the other hand, went full mom mode and said, "Why would she say that?" As if it was an insult. Mom, I don't blame you for that. But for me, it wasn't an insult at all. It was clarity. It was another piece of the puzzle finally clicking into place. So although I haven't officially been diagnosed with autism yet, and maybe I never will, that conversation changed something in me. It made me look at myself differently. It made me realize that maybe all the things I used to see as wrong with me weren't wrong at all. Maybe they were just me. And for the first time, I'm actually learning to love my silly little quirks. The way I get overly excited about small things, how my brain runs at 100 miles an hour, or how I sometimes forget the most basic words, for example, basic. Those things used to make me feel broken. Now they make me feel whole. You know, for so long, I thought being different was something to have, made me less capable, less smart, less enough. But now I see it differently. Being neurodivergent doesn't make me being neurodivergent doesn't make me less. It just makes me me. And if there's one thing I've learned is this: the world doesn't need everyone to think the same way. It needs people who see things differently. People who ask strange questions, who notice the details others miss. We come up with ideas that make everyone else pause and go, "Wait, that could actually work." Because that's how innovation happens. That's how art happens. That's how change happens. Maybe the goal isn't to fix people who think differently. Maybe it's to fix the systems that make them feel broken in the first place. Imagine what can happen if schools, workplaces, and communities actually celebrated neurodiversity lives instead of trying to make them fit into a box. How many Einsteins, Sandbergs, or Edisons are we missing? Because we were too busy trying to make them normal. If there's one thing I want you to remember from today, it's this: there's no single way of being human. There's no one version of normal. Because rethinking what's normal might just be the most normal thing we could ever do.
Thank you so much, Gemma, for that. 2 for 2. I told you we left the best till last. And now our third, actually, hang on. I've been testing you for 2 talks and you all passed. Make sure your phones are off. Thank you for doing that. And now this third speaker. Now, I moved from England last year, and the only color I saw was gray. Everyone wore gray, the sky was gray, it seemed to be the norm. And on the first day of red and yellow, I saw every color of the rainbow. And just like the way she dresses, she fills a room with the same energy, and you look and you brighten up everyone else's day. You do it not for yourself, but for everyone else in the room. Join me in welcoming Katya.
Hey guys, hello everyone, and thank you for the introduction. Let's get started. So where do you back beginning of everyone's first meeting. So when I started the first time myself, I asked all my friends, what do you remember about playing? And they answered the exactly the same. It's fun, it's creative, it's whimsical and exciting. It's a bonding experience and space of imagination. Play is all that and more. It's any activity you do to enjoy it without feeling to perform or to it's a curiosity in motion. Imagine makes sorry guys. um that is fine. Okay. So it's imagination and so that's those childhood moments. Building a fort and the living room, running barefoot in the garden, and creating your own games out of nothing. That feeling of wonder, freedom, possibilities that play. And if those are the moments that shape us, why did we lose them? Somewhere along the way, we develop what I call a play deficiency. Play quickly slips out of our hands as life gets more structured, more serious, and more fixed. So Einstein said, play is the highest form of research. And he was right. Play is how we learn, adapt, and see the world without restriction. The biologically wired instinct. It's a natural way of humans explore, connect, and grow. So what happens? This is the skill. So when does play disappear? It's when we get older, school pressure increases, homework piles up, freedom of joy, enjoyable play becomes structured and competitive. Schools become less fun and more performance, and in your teenage years, when you try to be silly or playful again, and then probably grow up and do your fun. So society keeps up. Its play is childish, it is unproductive and unnatural. But if this was true, explain 60% of US adults play video games weekly. 80% of gamers are older than 18. And globally, 3.3 to 3.5 billion people play those video games. And the average gamer is 33 to 36 years old. The need for play never leaves us. We just push it underground into online communities with anonymous avatars and hobby people in secret. With summer society conduct, the only applicable time to play again is when you retire. But here's the irony. Play doesn't appear when you need it the most. During the busiest and most demanding years of our life. For most people, that's the late 20s to the late 40s. What I call the family. It's a time when careers full of growth, responsibilities multiply, and the stress between work, family, and education. And we become we and because we're under all the pressure, we stop playing. But play is a natural stress reliever. It's a mental reset. It's a mood regulator. But society doesn't give us permission to do that. Instead of leaning into play when life is heavy, it pushes aside, telling us that we'll play one day again, not now. Life is, we have to wait till our time and play back. So, we only rediscover play when life goes back. And when we retire, the world tells us, go play again. Party hobbies. Stay active. Have fun with your play. Because it works. Play improves your cognitive health and memory. It helps with creativity and problem solving. It sparks emotional growth. It gives us a sense of identity. It's a stress reliever and a builds social connection that I know I use to travel with. On these the problem we've actually been talking about when I'm not young. And you see in the blue zone, this is actually a bad daily in my life. So it is possible. If you don't know what the blue zones are, this is what people become older than 100 years old. So places like Okinawa, Sardinia, and Nicoya, um, adults naturally integrate play into their daily life. With dancing, gardening, singing, storytelling, outdoor games, water spraying, martial arts. There isn't something they schedule. It's something they live. So maybe they understand the rules of the game much better than we do. So how much play should we do? There is nothing. Physical play, anything more. With a dog, with cats, leave it. Whatever. Creative and cognitive play, 20 to 60 minutes. Like art, puzzles, games. Social and emotional play, you can your friends, family, your pets. So in total, you only need 30 to 60 minutes a day. It's completely doable. Just look at your screen. So, so, and if you open your eyes, you will see playing or exercise, X-ray, even 30%. It doesn't affect their performance or their ability to hunt. It's a natural expression. And it passes down to innovation. So I don't know if you know that about music box, for example, the little toy with bump into limbo was like our earliest form of program. Play and curiosity creates a system that can think for itself. I could use music as now or I see. So it takes output. A scientist is taking his dog for a walk. Birds are sticking to still. And curiosity sparks innovation and become the most practical invention we still use today. The play is experimentation, but it goes hand in hand with discovery, even in the inventions we use today. So the real truth is, play is a mindset. Play is intelligent, it is powerful. It shapes us how we think, connect, and handle stress. Play naturally boosts creativity, problem solving, strengthens relationships, improves physical activity without effort, supports productivity and teamwork. It gives you a rare sense of joy and flow and true engagement. We all need that, especially as adults. So, where do we begin? How do I start playing again? The first step is to find the play that fits you best. So, according to Dr. Stuart Brown, he has 8 play personalities. So, first, you have to collect it. To collect your life, gathering things or gifts, like vinyl, shells, password stamps, competitive. They thrive on games and challenges, quizzes, races, friendly competition. And the creative artists enjoy making and designing DIY projects, sketching, baking, things of that. Directors, they love planning and organizing trips, parties, events. Explorers, taste for discovery, trying new things, wandering and experiencing. And then plays with humor and silliness, making us laugh, being so dope. And kinesthetic in movement is playing personality. Dancing, surfing, yoga, sports, name it. And then lastly, we have the storyteller. They enjoy the imagination and narrative. So telling stories, like I know some of you did amazing workers, or writing, or role playing. So I am a explorer. And for me, exploring isn't just hiking or finding the beach. It's following curiosity. It's wandering into nature with no destination. It's snorkeling just to see what's below the surface. Experiencing with ideas and getting lost and purpose in chasing wonder. That's how I can make this real. That's my vision of space. Find yours. And if you don't know, you can find it, do a little quiz online. Or you can ask your peers after listening to your message. So my challenge for you Take 30 to 60 minutes today or this week and explore your new favorite one. Try something silly or something creative or something social and take something that makes you go out. Many adults are scared to play. If you are looking free or fading or wasting time, but each of us has a dominant favorite hobby. So 1 or 2 minutes. It's flexible. Give yourself permission to experiment. Don't be rich. Simply wish you could get that nostalgia back into the music. So, the truth is, play is how we stay young. Not an age, not instead. And who knows? Maybe on breaking play we unlock the secret to feeling more alive. But I might have yet this is in this book. But let's be real, I'm just playing. Thank you.
Well done, Katia. I love that message. In a world so serious, we could all do with a little bit of childishness. So our next talker is, I'm very excited about our talk because I feel like we can all learn something from our elders. Um, but if anything, if your grandpa was anything like mine was, I don't know how much you can actually say. Um, and I've learned so much from you through all of the brand challenge we have done. Your words are incredible and you articulate incredibly well. So welcome, Amy.
There is a saying that what an elder sees while sitting on a chair, the child cannot see even if he climbs up to fall asleep. One evening, gathered around the dinner table with family and friends, I'd spent the night playing conversational chess, staying 2 moves ahead of everyone else and steering away from topics that could circle back to me. But then, as I looked up in between bites, I caught the eye of one of my mom's friends, and a knot immediately began to form in my stomach. Oh my gosh, excuse me. I knew that I was doomed. So, Amy, what are you doing next year? There it was, the question I tried so expertly to avoid. And I don't think I'm the only one that does this question. In this uncertain phase of our lives, there's an enormous pressure on us to know exactly what we're doing. I hated this question because the truth was I didn't know. Not about next year, not about the year after. So I responded with a nervous laugh and I'm just going to figure it out. What I wanted to say was I'm open to suggestions. One all-consuming life goal eluded me, and deep down I was terrified that a lack of a unique and compelling purpose might bring me to a life of failure and futility. I thought back to what an older, much wiser post-grad bigmate had said one night in our crowded, grimy big kitchen. Dinner in hand, she announced that she was off to watch the YouTube videos. Old people sharing advice they gathered over their lifetime. I'd always wondered how she seemed to be such a fountain of wisdom. She'd found the ultimate secret. Older people have one thing the rest of us don't. They've lived their lives, they've been where we haven't. In a culture that worships productivity, athletic young bodies, and preemptive Botox, old people are often seen as a drain on resources rather than fountains of wisdom. Gone are the days when families treated the oldest among them as walking encyclopedias. Today, who needs advice to elders when you have ChatGPT? So I thought, let me cook your with one stone, chat to some grannies and grandpas, find out to do with my life and get my math out speech sorted. What follows is the wisdom of the people who have lived long enough to know what matters and what doesn't. The question of purpose in life is a looming and ever-present one. Personally, I've been waiting for a while now for a mystical revelation to set me on some immutable life path. Unfortunately, it hasn't come yet, and this is causing great distress. This is a familiar dilemma to anyone who has good news. The elders recommend that we reshape this search for purpose instead of thinking in terms of direction. Find a direction and pursue it swiftly. Be spontaneous and flexible. Times and circumstances will change. Change itself is the norm rather than the exception. They had stumbled into careers, discovered passions midlife, and pivoted when circumstances demanded it. The path that makes sense today might not fit tomorrow. However, if you do find yourself lucky enough to have something that fires you up, you absolutely must go for it. Do not let fear or pressure or other people's definitions of success take you out of it. This was youngness, jump without a net. One man spoke about the crossroads that he faced coming out of university. His family and friends pushed hard for the conventional path. A stable corporate job, a steady income, house, marriage, a focused start sequence. Any other choice was utterly irresponsible, a guaranteed route to a doomed and futile life. But he had a passion that he couldn't shake, and he decided to pursue it even though it looked risky on paper. Decades later, at the end of his life, he ended up in a roughly same financial position as he created such spaces. However, he was miles happier. If making something of your passion is possible for others, why getting it for you? Don't be talked out of it by people who are more afraid than you are. The body you're in. One day, you'll wake up inside invisible shackles, a prisoner in an escape-proof old age. You've seen the warnings in the mirror, the subtle notices of your impending death. Losses and creaks gather with the years. Color drains from your hair and sometimes hair itself. Then too long in the future, and life becomes pressure, anxiety, and fear. When those internal time zones fall out of balance, so does your sense of self. Too much attention on the past invites stress and unresolved pain. Too much focus in the future creates pressure, anxiety, and fear. When this balance is off, our sense of self. Bowlby's attachment theory adds another layer, one that has to be for me. When I was 10 years old, I lost my mother, the person who shaped my entire understanding of safety, trust, and the world. Losing her fractured the foundation I was still building. I held on to memories I could still feel, and then escaped into futures I invented just to make the present bearable. That split, half anchored in what was gone, half running towards what wasn't real, created sort of emotional limbo for me. Bowlby describes this as a child's attempt to protect themselves when a primary attachment figure disappears. It's a survival instinct, not a choice. And when you're that young, you don't have the emotional structure to question it. You just adapt, even if that adaptation distorts you. What hits hardest looking back is how this attachment rupture affects how you trust, how you expect loss, and how you interpret love even years later. Bowlby was blunt about this. Early attachment needs don't fade on their own. They echo. Understanding that helped me name something I've carried quietly for years. The sense that something foundational had shifted in me long before I was old enough to understand why. Children in my position often respond in one of two ways. They cling tightly to the past for security, or they leap into future where the pain doesn't exist. I did both. And in the middle of that tug of war was rumination, the mental looping of what if and if only. It felt like control, but it was a trap that kept me locked on my own life for many years. The truth is, the brain likes what it already knows, even if it knows it hurts. The past is familiar. The future can be shaped into anything you want it to be. But the present is raw, honest, and unpredictable. Being present forces you to feel what you've been avoiding. It demands that you stop running, stop editing yourself, and actually. Learning to live in the present was like discovering a language I had always known but somehow forgotten. At first, it felt foreign, even clumsy, forcing me to face emotions I had spent years running from. Yet slowly, almost subtly, the world began to reveal itself to me again. I noticed the rhythm of my own breath, the gentle hush of the quiet moments, the astonishing truth that I didn't need to flee from every single thought that unsettled me. Healing didn't strike all at once, a hit like a revelation. It unfolded quietly in small, deliberate moments, in the simple act of noticing, in the choice to stay present where every instinct urged me to escape. Over time, I learned that presence isn't something that suddenly arrives. It has to be a commitment, a practice, a daily decision to return to the life that is happening right now.
By adulthood, I had perfected the art of being physically present but mentally absent. My world was split between a past I couldn't change and a future I couldn't predict. I was in the room, but never truly there, not emotionally and not mentally. Eventually, I realized that my grief wasn't endless, it was looping. The constant mental time travel made healing feel impossible. Only when I stopped running and returned to the present did things begin to shift. Presence didn't erase my trauma, but it gave me enough solid ground to grow. What struck me the most was realizing how much life I had surrendered while busy surviving. Years of drifting between timelines have trained my mind to treat the present as optional and irrelevant. And the cost of that is brutal. You stop recognizing joy when it happens. You miss connections that could have anchored you. And you mistake numbness for strength. Confronting that wasn't poetic or graceful, it was uncomfortable and abrasive. But facing the present without my usual defenses was the first time I genuinely felt alive instead of just existing. Here's a truth that matters for you. Every second you spend lost in the past or chasing the future is a second of the life you'll never get back. Your thoughts are powerful, but they are not your life. Your life is happening right now, in the quiet, unedited moments you often overlook. Choosing presence isn't about awareness. It's about reclaiming your own existence, moment by moment. The question isn't whether you can be present, it's whether you're brave enough to be willing to do it. The present isn't gentle, but it's real. When I finally found the present, something felt genuine for me for the first time. It doesn't mean forgetting where you came from or pretending that the future doesn't matter. It simply means refusing to let the past pull you backwards or the future drag you forwards. It means finally letting your feet touch the ground beneath you. By the end of today, here's what I want you to recognize. You're allowed to remember yesterday. You're allowed to dream about tomorrow, but you're meant to live here. Your past shapes you, but it doesn't define you. Your future matters, but it doesn't control you. And the present, messy, perfect, unpolished. It may not feel like much when you're sitting in it, but it's only moments solid enough to stand on. And often you don't truly see how far you come until you pause and reflect. That reflection is beautiful. It reveals the depth of your growth, resilience you've cultivated, and the person you've become. Only then you realize the journey you survived was shaping something remarkable within you. Your present, right here, right now, may be more powerful than you've ever allowed yourself to see. Chase the past or race towards the future. All that truly matters is this moment, and it's waiting for you. Step into it, own it, because this single, imperfect, fleeting moment is where life actually happens, and it's exactly where you are meant to be. Thank you.
Yeah, that's working. Thank you so much for the incredible messages and incredibly well presented. The next speaker claims she spends most of her times in the mountains, forests, or tanning at the beach. She clearly forgot about Van Hunk's blondies and Aruba. Full of energy and always ready for a good time, please join me in welcoming Caitlin.
There we go. Thank you. As a child, I was terrified of movement. Even simple exercise felt risky, my heart racing, my vision blurring, and my mind unable to focus. I didn't understand why my body reacted in such a way, why things as normal as running or playing left me feeling so out of control. Over time, I came to understand what was really behind it all. Manage and deal with every single day, but that for me demanded a lot of awareness, my blood sugar. known as our blood sugar, is our body's primary source of energy. Every cell in our body, from the muscles in our fingers to the neurons in our brain, burn glucose in order to function. As you're listening to me right now, your brain is burning glucose in order to process this information. So if at any point you zone out, I'll blame your blood sugar and not my public speaking skills. When blood sugar is stable, everything feels steady. We feel alert, we can think clearly, and we can get through our days. But when it's unstable, even the simplest tasks suddenly feel really dramatic. Decisions feel harder, concentration slips, irritability spikes, and sudden exhaustion can hit without warning. Most people have felt this, those mid-morning cravings, sugar crashes, or dips in motivation. And often they're a sign that your blood sugar is dropping. In fact, Jessie Inchhouse, otherwise known as the glucose goddess, talks about a study in which researchers asked 200 couples to stick pins in a voodoo doll representing their spouse whenever they felt angry or annoyed with this person. After 6 weeks, the people with the most unstable glucose levels had stuck their partners with significantly more pins, showing just how unstable glucose levels can affect your mood, your emotional reactivity, and your interpersonal behavior. A major reason this glucose instability happens is because of what we eat. Foods high in sugar or refined carbs like cakes, pasta, chocolate, all the good stuff can cause rapid spikes in. This sends a sudden surge of glucose into your bloodstream, overwhelming your cells and leaving them unable to process all of the sugar efficiently. And if you make a habit of it, those repeated spikes don't just wreck your energy. They end up messing with your proteins and tissues, decreasing your skin elasticity, leading to organ aging and other long-term damage, literally speeding up the aging of your body on a molecular level. So if you avoid the spikes, you spare the wrinkles. You're welcome. And because nothing in life is fair, after every sugar high, your body drops. Many people are familiar with this, the infamous post-lunch slump. After a blood sugar spike, the body overcompensates by producing more insulin. Blood sugar drops quickly, energy plummets, leaving you craving sugar and feeling even more exhausted. I know all of this is true, not just science, but from lived experience. Throughout my life, I've lived with acute hypoglycemia, a condition that causes my blood sugar to rise very quickly and drop rapidly and unpredictably. As a child, I thought that my body was failing me, and I avoided running, sports, or anything that might trigger a drop. Managing such unpredictable blood sugar levels is something I have to navigate every day, and it's been the biggest source of anxiety in my life for as long as I can remember. I used to believe that my body wasn't built for exercise, and when sport was compulsory in high school, I became a proud member of the walking club. But over time, I've learned to understand how my body responds and reacts to things. I've learned to recognize early signs, how to pair food with activity, and how to use movement to stabilize energy instead of fearing it. Nutrition has been a big part of why I'm able to move my body today as I wasn't before. And I still always have to be aware of what I eat and how often I eat. And my friends will tell you that I'm always prepared. When people go to a club, usually they bring chewing gum, but I bring a peanut butter sandwich and 3 Pronutro bars. But this knowledge of power and the knowledge of how food and the knowledge and the power of food and movement in stabilizing blood sugar levels completely rewrote my relationship with my body. I went from being nervous about speed walking to running half marathons. But even with the best nutritional habits, our body still experiences fluctuations throughout the day. And that's where movement comes in. Exercise isn't just about burning calories or building muscle. It's one of the most powerful ways to stabilize your blood sugar. I started by fueling my body and running very short distances. And slowly I noticed that after those runs, I wasn't feeling so hungry and my blood sugar wasn't dropping in its usual, unpredictable way. You see, when we move, our muscles need more energy. So they pull glucose out of our bloodstream to fuel that activity. The higher the intensity of the exercise, the more glucose they use. And a major reason this happens is because when we move, even lightly, our muscles activate something called our GLUT4 channels. These are basically doorways that let glucose from our bloodstream into our muscles, where it can be used immediately for energy. But our blood sugar levels do not usually drop the moment that we start doing exercise, because at the same time, our liver is also adjusting its stored glucose levels, called glycogen, so that during and after exercise, our blood sugar can remain relatively stable. Additionally, exercise actually creates a window of metabolic stability, so that lasts for hours, so that our blood sugar remains stable long after we finish exercising. So good news, the hike up the 4 flights of stairs that we have here that you have to take to get you in the mornings is doing better things for your blood sugar than your coffee. Habits, thank you, James, that work best for you. So here's some science-backed strategies that will help keep your blood sugar steady the whole day. Firstly, refrain from eating sugary foods for breakfast or on an empty stomach. This includes orange juice, fruit, and other products that may claim to be low in sugar or sugar-free, because what this actually means is that there's no refined sugar within them, but they could still contain fructose, a natural sugar that actually has almost the same effect on your blood sugar that normal table sugar does. And when we eat sugar on an empty stomach, it is digested very rapidly, causing glucose to enter the bloodstream at a very rapid rate, leading to a spiking of your blood sugar and then a steep drop. Better breakfast options include eggs, vegetables, foods that are high in proteins and fiber. Now, I'd be the biggest hypocrite if I told you not to eat sweet treats, but it is important to note that eating a sweet treat is best consumed after a meal because the food is already in the stomach and it slows the glucose absorption into the bloodstream, preventing these sharp spikes and drops. Next, take a 10-minute walk after meals. Walking activates your muscles, which immediately pulls more glucose out of your bloodstream. Your muscles act like a sponge for glucose, and you can have a lower post-meal spike and more stable blood sugar for the remainder of the day. And finally, exercise regularly for a life full of fewer unpredictable sugar spikes and dips. When we start doing exercise more consistently, we are actually training our livers to regulate glucose more accurately, meaning that it better moderates how much sugar it releases into the bloodstream, which means fewer unpredictable spikes and dips. So if there's one thing I hope you take from today, it's this. Our daily choices, the way we move, eat, and the way that we listen to our bodies have the power to shape our entire experience of being alive. Stable blood sugar isn't just a science fact. It's patience, stability. It's being a better partner, friend, colleague, and human. When we finally understand how and why bodies behave as they do, fear can turn into confidence, exhaustion into energy, and movement into empowerment. Thank you.
And now onto the final presentation of Mac Live. It brings me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. We clicked on day one and became best friends. But because we both want jobs, I'm not going to tell you why. He is possibly the most laid-back person in the Western Cape. He has an aura about him that is undescribable. Please welcome Matt Kirby.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I know you're probably pretty tired. It's the end of the day. Your heads are filled with knowledge. You guys are like, I'm tired, Grandpa. It's too dang bad. Okay. My talk is called the Fig Tree Dilemma. I'd like to start this presentation by setting the tone with a quote by Elizabeth Gilbert. She said, "The universe buries strange jewels deep within us all and then stands back to see if we can find them." Ooh. The fig tree, ugh. Third time lucky. The fig tree dilemma I will be speaking about today is an extended metaphor from Sylvia Plath's book, The Bell Jar. Sylvia Plath was a poet. She wrote several poetry collections, but her only novel was a semi-autobiography, The Bell Jar. In the book, Sylvia's words carry both elegance and cynical truths. She makes tender observations of love and nature, while also balancing raw honesty about pain, longing, and the struggle of being alive. Though her life was brief, her great work remains timeless, speaking to those who continue to search for beauty in the shadows. So, without further ado, let's dive into this extended metaphor from the book. Brace yourselves, it's Sylvia Plath. I saw my life branching out before me like the green fig tree in the story. From the tip of every branch, like a fat purple fig, a wonderful future beckoned and winked. One fig was a husband and a happy home and children, and another fig was a famous poet, and another fig was a brilliant professor, and another fig was E.G., the amazing editor, and another fig was Europe and Africa and South America, and another fig was Constantine and Socrates and Attila and a pack of other lovers with queer names and offbeat professions, and another fig was an Olympic lady crew champion, and beyond and above these figs were many more figs I couldn't quite make out. I saw myself sitting in the crotch of this fig tree, starving to death, just because I couldn't quite make up my mind which of the figs I would choose. I wanted each and every one of them, but choosing one meant losing all the rest. And as I sat there, unable to decide, the figs began to wrinkle and go dark, and one by one, they plopped to the ground at my feet. So, what will this talk be about? Using Sylvia's metaphor as a base, this talk can honestly run in any direction. And I did run in every direction. I wrote so much, having to cut down philosophical allegories and psychological breakthroughs and plenty of other magical things was a tad sad, but hey, I guess you guys can say you stuck with the gold. You all have your own metaphorical fig tree, and I have no doubt that this talk will help you climb yours. Charles Bukowski said, "If something burns your soul with purpose and desire, it is your duty to be reduced to ashes by it. Any other form of existence will be yet another dull book in the library of life." This quote fills me with an energy to pursue the deepest thing I can feel burning within me. But what happens if I can't find this thing? What happens if I get there and the feeling I thought I'd have isn't there? Ever got into a fig and it didn't quite hit the spot? It's a tricky game, this life thing. This is taken from the bell jar. I think it really captures the paradox of choice we all experience sitting in our trees. Neurotic? Ha! I let out a scornful laugh. If neurotic is wanting two mutually exclusive things at one and the same time, then I'm neurotic as hell. I'll be flying back and forth between one mutually exclusive thing and another for the rest of my days. You're just like me for real, Sylvia. I think The Bell Jar is my favorite book. I might say that about every latest book I read, but then that is that, and The Bell Jar is my favorite book. It's the kind of book that makes you want to hide away and read it on your own, as if there's some secret that only you and the book know about and only you and the book would understand. Sylvia Plath, the greatest. I was watching this movie called The Beach with Leonardo DiCaprio when he said something that hit me. Leo was chilling on this beach, everything looked beautiful, and everything seemed perfect in his external realm. But on the inside, he wasn't quite fulfilled. A young Leo said, "All in all, this was paradise, except for one thing. Desire is desire wherever you go. The sun will not bleach it, nor the tide wash it away." This is a tricky one. The very thing that led you to this fig in the first place is now the same thing telling you it wants to go somewhere else. I think the void is a very misunderstood thing in society right now. I think the void is something people run away from and try fill with materialistic things. You can throw as many random figs in your void as you want and it'll still not be filled. I think you need to find the right fig that resonates with you. In order to find this truest fig, you need to be guided by your truest self. There's this beach at Llandudno that I use for sitting and thinking. It's got a stunning view of the sea, and inscribed on the front it says, "To thine own self be true." In Gen Z slang, you gotta be real with yourself, and that's the facts. The message on the back is what I believe to be even more important. It says, "My mum, she is the sunshine." Once I feel at peace and I've thought my thoughts that I much needed to think, I walk back along this beach road to the car park, but there's one more piece of writing that the universe wants me to see. It's in paint, is all is love. And these are little reminders, I think, from the universe to say, everything's okay. You are loved. They say God works in mysterious ways, but I'm like, damn, why bro gotta be so nonchalant? You'll be all down bad and sad for months, and then all of a sudden your life comes together perfectly and everything's amazing, and God's just there like, oh, yeah, that's how it's done. Um, I won't lie. Sometimes I can get stuck in the back and forth choosing between figs. This push and pull that feels like I'm being thrown from one side of the room to the other. That's when I know it's time to meditate. I found this on Pinterest a while ago, and I think it's really true. I meditate, not to become more or to gain something, but to lose everything that I am not. And in doing so, I realize that I am nothing. Nothing becomes everything. I am free. Free from the weight of my dreams, free from the figs I once loved, free from the figs I'm still yet to love. It's in this state of being that I enjoy being most. So, Matt tip, meditate. Just as important as the fig is the journey to the fig. I think this is the part you got to express a style of your soul. This is the part you got to have fun with. You add some sparkle and style to your journey, and you're going to end up on a higher timeline. It's simple quantum mechanics. You just add some good vibes, and you'll end up in a higher dimension consequently. Basquiat understood quantum. My favorite Basquiat quote is, art is used to decorate space. Music is used to decorate time. So, if you want to be as cool as Basquiat, I recommend you wear cool clothes and listen to even cooler tunes. I want to approach the end of this presentation with a specific feeling. So I'm going to read the quote that made me feel that feeling. It's by the actor John Hurt. What would you be like if there was nobody else in the world? Who would you be if the only opinion that mattered was yours? Because if you want to be truly happy, you must be that person. You must search inside yourself for what is uniquely you. Like Elizabeth Gilbert said, the universe buries strange jewels deep within us all and then stands back to see if we can find them. And now, like the universe, I step back. I believe each of you will dig through the chaos and the fear and the longing and manage to bring something into this world that only you can. There's an amazing journey up a fig tree standing in front of all of you. And so, go find your figs, climb your trees, taste everything, wear flamboyant clothes, listen to all types of music, celebrate all the time. I love you guys. Goodbye.
Take both. And that's a wrap. That is Mac Live 2025. So the fun isn't over. There will be drinks held upstairs for everyone. There's beer, wine, and soft drinks for the. And tomorrow, though, AdMac students, 10 a.m. in class. To business. But seriously, guys, well done. Preparation was seen. Everyone spoke amazingly. Everyone's presentations were incredible. So congratulations and wishing you all the best for the years to come. Well done.